Good morning. I apologize for the late start, but we can make up for it easily, skipping breaks and so forth. So without further ado, let's get started.
Judge, good morning.
Are those things for today anyway, or was that for that's all in the second, I think. Yeah.
Good morning, Judge. I just wanted to take up a matter briefly just before the jury comes out.
Yes.
We intend on calling Detective Kimball today. As I indicated yesterday, the first interview from the portion that we play is 2 hours and 47 minutes. So I anticipate that this first interview is going to take up, well, certainly that'll take up at least a half a day, and then there will be direct and cross-examination. So as of right now, it's our intention to just play the first interview with Detective Kimball today, and so, subject to the cross-examination with respect to that, and then it's our intention to call him back in the future to introduce the second interview and then eventually the third interview. So I just wanted to note that for the record. Also, I had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Schoenhorn in advance of coming out today, and I did just want to alert the court to a conversation that he and I had. And we noticed the same thing, which is during the second interview, there is reference from the defendant herself to the fact that her cell phone was seized by police. And I know, of course, the court had suppressed her cell phone back in, I believe it was October. And so I brought that to Mr. Schoenhorn's attention. There was also an issue with Mr. Detective Kimball himself referring to the timelines as scripts during the course of the interview. And then a third issue I noticed was that Sergeant Ventresca references the CDR records, which again, the court had suppressed back in December. And so what Attorney Schoenhorn and I discussed essentially was, is there a need for redactions or anything like that? Is there anything that's jumping out to him? And he indicated that he did not, he was not requesting redactions of those things at this time. And so I did just want to put that on the record, because if I see a stop sign in the horizon, I want to try to stop for it. That's what I noticed in my review. And I did just want to put that on the record so that, everyone understands.
Thank you. Attorney Schoenhorn.
Well, there's a number of things to unpack here. Let me just talk about where I agree with Mr. McGinnis and what he just said. We understand there are issues that are things that I raised and deal with issues either that were parts of motions to suppress, including the ones that the court granted, as well as the use of certain terminology. So, for example, the fact that the witness during the interview uses the pejorative term alibi script. I'm not asking the state to edit out that comment, because I think the answer is a response to that pejorative statement. It's my concern had been that the witnesses here refer to it. It was done for media consumption, and they still use that in the media. So there's nothing I can do about that. So that with regard to things like the fact that her phone had been seized and whatnot, if I have to, or if I want to, I'll deal with that in like cross-examination. Part of the problem, though, from the way I just heard it yesterday, I was told that the state was going to go from the first interview to the second one 4 days later. In my cross-examination, I'm not in any position to cross-examine based on a part of this interview, because it continued 4 days later, clarified 4 days later, and my cross depends upon things that were clarified that next day. So it's nice of Mr. McGinnis to suggest that halfway through what I consider one continuous interrogation that took place on 2 different days, one while she's in custody and one while it's not. I'm not only am I not in any position to cross-examine just on the first part of it, except as to, there's 5 or 10 minutes of stuff that I could do that I'm ready for, but the rest of it would require the context of the contents of what happened 4 days later, where there's some clarification of what was said on June 2nd after she was not in custody. So I would say that the idea that I have to break up my cross-examination just because the state now, the first time, is telling me, no, they're only going to play the first one and then I can cross-examine, when that's, aside from the fact that that's just completely unfair. And as I said, we were told they were going to play at least the first two. I was prepared to wait on the third one in August because there's certainly a break between June and she comes in for a third interview when they know more. But to suggest that I have to cross-examine on what was said on this one tape, then to have to cross-examine just about what was on the second one, I will reserve my cross at least after Detective Kimball finishes his direct on those matters. So, but Mr. McGinnis is correct on the other aspects. There are things in the video which I could have at least argued should be redacted, but some of them, such as, I'll give the court a perfect example. At one point, now Officer Kimball, I guess he's now a Westport police officer, shows a picture to one of the pictures, I assume, that has not yet been shown. I'll note it's not even in evidence yet, so I could object on foundational grounds. Shows pictures of Pavel Gumieni's truck and asks questions about it. And if I recall correctly, again, I don't have my notes out because he just brought this up now. I just assumed we were going to sit down and start playing videos. But at one point in the video, now Officer Kimball, or perhaps it's one of the other detectives, maybe it's Cat Clabby, says, you see this glowing right here? This is evidence. He says, this is luminol. It shows blood. This is blood on the door of the Tacoma. And whose blood is that? And you see my client shrug and go, Jennifer's, in that respect. So obviously, let's be clear, it wasn't blood. One of the reasons I've been objecting to luminol coming in at all because of the Moody case is the idea it's misleading that this jury is going to think it is blood. Here is this officer telling Ms. Troconis that that is blood and assuming it's Jennifer's blood, when in fact it's not even an organic substance. It was tested. It's not blood. It has no DNA whatsoever. And as far as, once you see these pictures of this truck, you can tell it's rust. But be that as it may, I'm allowing that in so that I would then, at the appropriate point, cross-examine on it. If the court had kept out the luminol discussion at all and the Castlemeyer, I might be asking for something different. But in light of it coming in, I would want to be able to indicate and cross-examine that this witness even knows that eventually, that what they knew that it had no DNA in it and therefore was not blood. I'm putting that on the record because I don't want anyone to suggest that I'm waiving an issue. I'm preserving it only in the sense the court's made certain rulings and I have to adjust based on those rulings. Therefore, I'm not going to ask for any redactions, that the whole thing can just be played. But I'm not going to agree that I have to cross-examine on part of what was said, and then, because under the rule of completeness, I believe those two interrogations should be played through the same, they're going to be played through the same witness, but should be played together, and I would insist that that happens, and then I'd be prepared to cross-examine on it. Otherwise, it's just not fair.
Attorney McGinnis.
Yes, Judge. So just a couple of things, because we went around the block several times there. So it sounds like there's an agreement that there's not going to be any redactions. What I am concerned about, though, is something that was raised that Attorney Schoenhorn wants to deal with the issue of the cell phone being seized on cross-examination. I'm hearing that for the first time. So if he's intending on saying, isn't it true that Judge Randolph suppressed this evidence, I don't think that that's appropriate cross-examination. You can't be using these things as shields and swords to try to make the police look bad. So if that's where he's intending on going with the cross-examination, I just want to say that I don't think that's appropriate. With respect to the specific issue, yes, we did indicate yesterday it was our intention to play both videos at the same time or consecutively. However, upon reflection, which is why we don't want to get into the trap of always previewing our evidence, we're mindful of the stamina of this jury and the fact that this is going to be a lot of video to watch. And so we are electing to play the second interview on a different day, which is 3.5 hours in and of itself. I don't think that the rule of completeness frankly applies. Obviously, Attorney Schoenhorn can ask questions that are within the scope of direct examination. And so if something was said during the first interview that he believes was clarified in the second interview, we can take that up on a case by case basis as to whether or not it's within the scope of direct examination. But I don't think that there's any rule requiring us to play both interviews consecutively at this point that I'm aware of. The rule of completeness really deals with introducing one part of a particular statement and omitting the rest. It doesn't have to do with introducing a 2 hour and 45-minute interview and then introducing a 3.5 hour interview subsequently.
So the court wants to make sure it understands what the concern is. Is the concern that the interviews will be played on different days, but consecutive days, or that the interviews are not going to be played on consecutive days?
Is that a question?
For either counsel. So in other words, well, the court should ask Attorney Schoenhorn. Attorney Schoenhorn, is the concern that the interviews on, let's call them day 1 and day 2, aren't running all today, or that one is running today and one is running next week? So the court does not understand how the presentation is going to go in.
The latter concern. Now, I'll just note, we asked each one of those jurors about the idea of maybe having to sit like for a whole day and with breaks and watching video. So I just want to allay whatever concern is being raised that, well, we don't want the jury to have to watch a whole day of video. I mean, the jury spent whole days looking at pictures. I don't know what the distinction is here between looking at pictures and watching videos. My concern, I want to be clear, is a lot of the things that come up in the first video are clarified and made clear in the second one. I just don't want to have to cross-examine about things that the next day or the next hour will be made clear, and that I'm not going to ask questions about it because it will have been clarified. That's the concern. It goes to the, I get that the court has said they can call witnesses back as many times as they want, and they don't have to tell me that they're doing that. And the court has also indicated I only get 24, I get at evening before notice of who's coming the next day, requiring me to do preparation the night before. But I am not prepared to change my cross-examination based on the fact that, well, we're going to stop midway through the testimony and then you can cross-examine and then we'll continue, when I would say that goes directly to and interfering with my right to cross-examine a witness who's testifying about a subject. Same thing with when we had the DNA expert. There were things that I would want to bring out, but because they decided to divide her testimony, again, highly unusual to just call back experts about different items, because some of my cross would end up being, I think, redundant for that reason. However, I've adjusted to that as well. I can move, whatever I have to do that. I don't think it's fair, nor do I think it's reasonable that I should then, stopping after the first day of recording, say now I can cross-examine. The state doesn't want to play the whole thing, wants to, if they want to break early or whatever, or do put on some other evidence that doesn't necessarily even require a witness. I don't care about that. I just don't, I want to reserve my cross-examination until Officer Kimball has finished the two, because some things he said, for example, he corrected the next day. I mean, he admitted I may have been wrong about something that I said a couple of days ago, and I don't want to have to cross-examine him about it. The jury shouldn't have to wait to hear him then say I was wrong or I was incorrect about something, and I'll admit it. So that's my concern with having to break up the witness's cross-examination, which is basically on the same subject. My client gave hours of interviews, and I'm not even requiring the August one. Now, just briefly with regard to the other statement.
Well, before you proceed.
Yeah.
The court just wants to indicate what it, at this time, sees as a concern. If this were a 3-page statement by the defendant. And there had been a motion to suppress, the motion was denied. It probably would not have been countenance that the state could present page 1 and then call a couple of witnesses and then 2 or 3 days later, call back the officer who took the statement and direct an examination concerning pages 2 and 3. And this is the analogy that the court is drawing to Attorney Schoenhorn's concern. As a practical matter, as defense counsel, of course, the jury is paying, in this court view, very meticulous and close attention to the evidence. If Attorney Schoenhorn were to wait and not cross-examine the witness concerning something that is clarified later, the jury would probably come to some conclusions about the reason he didn't cross-examine. The state has the right to present the case as the state decides to present the case, but at a certain point, the balance tips. This is an irregular and unusual circumstance. The court is not so much concerned that Attorney Schoenhorn will have to be put to the task. The court is concerned that the nature of the defense changes and becomes somewhat diluted if the statement goes in not on consecutive days. Again, the example in which all counsel have had experience. Never does a statement come in where there's direct examination on page 1 concerning page 1 and 3 days later, pages 2 and 3. So the court is inclined, in the interest of justice and fairness, the defendant has a right to present a defense, but the defense cannot bear the burden of being truncated in such a way that it becomes diluted. So the court's determination in this matter is that the statements have to run consecutively.
That's fine, Judge. We can address the other matter, though, which is,
Let me just interrupt. I have no intention of bringing up that the court ruled on a motion. I am fully apprised and I'm fully cognizant of the fact that the jury doesn't decide legal issues. So that would not be a question I would ask.
Well, the court would give an instruction if it did come out in any event. Attorney McGinnis.
well, that was what I wanted to be heard on, Judge, is that, I mean, obviously, the Fourth Amendment exists to protect defendants. They shouldn't be able to weaponize the Fourth Amendment, in a way to try to make the police essentially look bad by saying you did something unconstitutional, especially when the judge that ruled it was unconstitutional is presiding over this case. My concern is that it would give the impression to the jury that this court has in some way prejudged the investigation. And so that's why I don't think that that's appropriate, but it sounds like Attorney Schoenhorn isn't planning on going there, so perhaps we don't have to address it any further.
And if it slips out, the court is going to give the jury an instruction. Hopefully it will not slip out. Is there anything else?
No, Judge. We do have Detective Kimball here.
And the court's last question is, during the course of the video, do you intend, Attorney McGinnis, to stop the video and direct an examination, or do you intend just to let the video run and then direct an examination?
I will be stopping it at various times and asking questions. Not, all the time, but occasionally.
Thank you. The court is trying to determine, so the jury already knows from the voir dire process that there will be long stretches of video. So the court is not going to indicate to the jury that you're about to watch long stretches of video. So we'll just take our breaks when we take our breaks. Okay. Shall we bring the jury in?
Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, that's gonna break. It's Johnson. Yes. Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective John Kimball.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do, yes.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
John Kimball, last name, the first name is John, last name is Kimball.
And your affiliation?
No, I'm sorry. Connecticut State Police, correct? Retired, yes, Your Honor. You may be seated, thank you.
Detective Kimball, good morning.
Morning, sir.
I'm referring to you as Detective Kimball, but you're not in fact Detective Kimball anymore. Is that correct?
That is correct.
By whom are you currently employed?
Currently employed by Westport Police Department.
What role do you have at the Westport Police Department?
I'm a police officer on patrol
How long have you been employed with the Westport Police Department?
since October 24th of 2022.
And prior to becoming a Westport police officer, you worked for the Connecticut State Police, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And can you just indicate to the jury what year you began working for the Connecticut State Police?
I began 1998 with Connecticut State Police.
Prior to working for the Connecticut State Police, had you worked for any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes,
Which agency was that?
Orange Police in Connecticut.
What year did you work for the Orange Police Department?
I started in 1994,
And how long did you work there for?
approximately 5 years.
And so you then became a Connecticut State Trooper, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you mind just telling the jury a little bit about your career path with the Connecticut State Police?
So I went through the Connecticut State Police Academy, and I entered, when I graduated, I went to Troop A as a patrol trooper. I was a trooper trainee, trooper. I was a resident trooper for approximately 2 years up in New Fairfield. And I reached I then went into major crime in 2009, excuse me. And I worked first in up in Canaan, Troop B, and then I worked down in Bridgeport, Troop G. Worked there until I was promoted to sergeant, and I then went to IA, and then I went to Chief of Staff for Lieutenant Colonel Jack McAllis.
And is that where you finished your career as Chief of Staff?
That's correct.
In May of 2019, were you a detective with the Major Crimes Unit?
Yes, I was.
And were you working out of Troop G?
I was, yes.
And since you were a detective at the time, is it all right if I refer to you as detective during the direct examination?
Yes.
Troop G covers what areas of Connecticut?
Troop G is in Western District, so realistically, we cover anything on the west third of the state of Connecticut, from the Massachusetts border down to New York, primarily Fairfield County area.
Does that include the town of New Canaan?
It does, yes.
Did you become involved in the case of the missing person by the name of Jennifer Dulos?
Yes, I did.
What date did you become involved with this case?
The 25th of May, 2019.
How did you become involved with this case?
We received a call out from my Sergeant Ken Ventresca that there was a missing person, and we responded down to New Canaan.
What was the initial role of the Connecticut State Police with the New Canaan Police Department?
Our initial role was as an assist to New Canaan Police for the missing person.
Did that role evolve over time?
Yes, it did.
How did it evolve?
Eventually, we were cast as the primary investigative agency. So basically, New Canaan and the state police swapped roles. New Canaan was still involved, but the state police took the lead on the investigation.
And were you in fact the lead case officer on behalf of the Connecticut State Police?
Yes.
How did you become assigned as the lead case officer?
I was assigned that by Sergeant Ken Ventresca, my supervisor.
I'd like to talk to you now about May 25th, 2019. You indicated that was the date that you became involved with the case.
Yes.
Where did you respond that day?
I responded down to 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan.
And was that where you initially responded?
Yes.
And when you arrived at 69 Wells Lane, what did you do?
I met with Officer Tom Patton from the New Canaan Police Department, and I spoke to some of our personnel from the van that were already on scene.
And did you observe anything inside of 69 Wells Lane?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe, sir?
I observed what appeared to be some blood-like stains and on the floor of the garage. I didn't take a close look.
Did you also respond to the New Canaan Police Department that day?
Yes, I did.
Approximately what time?
Probably around, I don't know what time.
Was there a command post at the New Canaan Police Department?
Yes, that's where we established our command post.
And would it be fair to say that there were numerous law enforcement personnel working out of that command post?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, can you explain to the jury as the lead case officer what your responsibilities are?
So I would be responsible for the overall case. That does not mean I do every interview or write every report, but I'm essentially the conduit through which, along with my supervisor, Sergeant Ken Matreska, the information flows, and I would be responsible for the overall investigation of the case.
And when you say you're responsible for where the information flows, is information being relayed to you by law enforcement personnel?
Yes, that's correct.
And during the course of the investigation, was a person of interest developed as potentially being involved in the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos?
Yes.
Who was that?
Fotis Dulos, her estranged husband.
And did you and fellow law enforcement personnel begin to, for lack of a better term, research Mr. Dulos?
Yes, we did.
Did you learn whether or not he was the owner of a particular company?
Yes, we did.
What company was that?
He was the owner of a construction company named the Ford Group.
You mentioned that he was the owner of a construction company. Did that construction company develop houses?
Yes.
And did you become aware of whether or not Mr. Dulos owned several properties in the Farmington and Avon area of Connecticut?
Yes.
Do you recall those properties?
They would include
Your
585.
Honor, now, I'd like some preliminary and object. It is all leading and now it's hearsay. So I'm not sure this witness's testimony, what he learned, what others learned is relevant or not hearsay. And since this testimony has come out, I'm just objecting on that basis before we go too far.
Well, the question was, do you know what those properties were? And through investigation, this was the lead investigative officer on the case. So investigation leads to certain information. The court is going to overrule the objection.
And I did just want to indicate, Judge, that I'm going to be asking a series of questions along those lines, not offering any of this for the truth at this time, but as the court knows, we're about to get to an interview and all of this information informs the interview. And so that's why I'm asking these questions. So I'd ask for some leeway.
You can proceed.
Do you recall the addresses?
Yes, I do. I remember some of the addresses. There was the residence at 4 Jefferson Crossing where Mr. Dulos resided. There was 80 Mountain Spring Road. There was 84 and 88 Mountain Spring Road, which are parcels north of 80. There were some parcels, some land on Old Mountain Road, which is a road that connects Eli Road and Mountain Spring Road. And another address is 585 Deercliff, which is very close to 4 Jefferson Crossing.
You mentioned that Mr. Dulos lived at 4 Jefferson Crossing. Were you aware of whether or not he lived with anyone at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes,
Who did he live with?
he lived with the defendant, Michelle Troconis,
Did he live with anyone else?
Michelle's juvenile daughter.
And do you see Ms. Troconis in the courtroom today?
I do, the defendant.
Okay, and you're indicating to your right. Can you just indicate what type of shirt she has on?
She has a beige long sleeve shirt.
Judge, you identified the defendant.
Thank you.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. Dulos became a person of interest. Were you present at the police department on May 25th, 2019 when he arrived?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall where you were located?
I was in the command post, which is on the 2nd floor of Mechanic Police.
And at some point, did you become aware that Mr. Dulos' cellular phone had been seized?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who seized his phone?
That was seized by Connecticut State Police Detective Chris Allegro.
And did you become aware also of certain location data on the cellular phone?
Yes, we did.
And specifically location data that placed his phone in the Hartford area on the evening of May 24th, 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you speak to fellow troopers and detectives about something known as C4 surveillance footage, which had been seized and viewed out of the Hartford area?
Yes,
Did you personally review any surveillance footage?
I reviewed some of it, yes.
When you say some of it, I take it from your answer, so you need to review all of it.
That's correct, yes.
Did you also become aware during the investigation that certain clothing had been found in the trash on Albany Avenue in Hartford?
Yes, I did.
Based on that information, did you prepare search warrants for Mr. Dulos and the defendant's DNA fingerprints and full body photographs?
Yes.
What date was that, if you recall?
I don't remember the date that the warrant was signed. I know they were executed.
And to your knowledge, were those search warrants served on the defendant, Mr. Dulos?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object only that we just had a sidebar about getting into certain things, and now the state is opening the door to those questions about those issues. So I'm a little concerned.
That is a complete misstatement of our sidebar, Your Honor, and I'd like to be heard at sidebar on this.
Well, the question was the warrant served on Mr. Dulos?
I think, and my client.
Well, good approach.
Detective Kimball, were DNA samples taken from Mr. Dulos and the defendant?
Yes,
Were fingerprints taken from Mr. Dulos and the defendant?
yes,
And were full body photographs taken of Mr. Dulos and the defendant?
yes,
You mentioned that there was clothing which was found in Hartford. Was that clothing sent to the Connecticut State Forensic Laboratory for DNA testing?
yes, it was.
And did you receive the results?
Yes, I did. Yes, we did.
What date did you receive the results?
June 1, 2019.
And based on those results, did you prepare an arrest warrant for Mr. Dulos and the defendant?
Yes,
Approximately what time and what date were those arrest warrants signed?
I know they were signed on June 1st, 2019. It would be in the evening. I don't know what time specifically.
What day of the week was June 1st, 2019?
I don't know.
Do you recall it being a weekend?
I believe so, yes.
And Judge, I would just ask the court to take judicial notice of the fact that June 1st was a Saturday.
Court will take judicial notice.
Prior to submitting the arrest warrant for the defendant, had you ever met her in person?
No,
Where were you on June 1st, 2019?
I would have been probably at the command post.
At some point, did the defendant arrive?
Yes,
And was she under arrest when she arrived?
yes, she was.
And when the defendant arrived at the police department, did you and Detective Corey Clavy greet her?
Yes,
And were arrangements made for the defendant's attorney, Andrew Bowman, to come to the police department the next day?
yes,
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object because clarification. She didn't arrive on June 1st. She arrived.
Well, this is
Second.
testimony. That's not an objection, counsel. That's testimony,
It's a mischaracterization of the evidence. Let me just check that.
counsel.
Let me clarify. She arrived in the early morning hours of June 2nd. Is that correct?
that is
It
correct.
was after midnight. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so you indicated that arrangements were made for attorney Andrew Bowman to come to the New Canaan Police Department the next day. Is that right?
Yes,
And at that point, did you leave the police department and go home?
yes.
Okay. And what was your purpose in going home?
Try to get a little bit of rest.
I want to direct your attention now to approximately 2:32 p.m. on June 2nd, 2019. Did the defendant agree to provide an interview?
Yes,
Was the defendant's attorney present for the interview?
yes,
And was this the first time you had met Andrew Bowman? That day?
yes.
I want to direct your attention now to the defendant, and specifically at approximately 2:32 in the afternoon on June 2nd. Could you describe her emotional condition for the jury?
She appeared, she did not exhibit that she was overly tired. She appeared in good shape. She did not appear under the influence of anything.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of that answer.
She did not appear to be under the influence of anything.
When you were, firstly, did you personally speak with the defendant?
Yes,
And did you communicate with the defendant in English or Spanish?
in English.
Do you speak Spanish?
I do not.
Did the defendant ever request the assistance of an interpreter while you were speaking with her?
She did not.
Did Mr. Bowman ever request that an interpreter be present for the interview?
No,
Did you have any concerns about the defendant's ability to understand the English language as you spoke with her?
no,
You indicated that the defendant agreed to participate in an interview. Where did this interview take place?
at the New Canaan Police Department.
Which room at the New Canaan Police Department?
It was in an interview room.
Do you recall what floor of the police department?
I believe it would be the first floor, ground floor.
And when you say an interview room, can you describe that for the jury?
So it was a room, dimensions were approximately, and these are approximate, 12 feet by 18 feet, contained a table, a chair for myself, for Detective Clavy, for the defendant, and for Attorney Bowman. the 4 chairs, and it was monitored by audio and video.
And when you say monitored by audio and video, you mean it was recorded, correct? It
Correct.
wasn't just sort of streamed to another room, closed circuit. It was actually memorialized. Is that right?
That's correct.
Where was the defendant positioned during the interview?
She was seated in a chair next to the table in the, if you come in the door to the far left,
Where was the defendant's attorney, Mr. Bowman, positioned during the interview?
to her left, right next to her.
Where were you positioned during the interview?
I was positioned opposite her on the table adjacent to the door.
Were any other state police personnel present for the interview?
Detective Clavy, Corey Clavy.
And where was he positioned during the interview?
He was positioned to my right, essentially in front of Attorney Bowman.
I want to talk to you now about your mindset going into this interview. Did you have any concerns for the defendant's safety on June 2nd, 2019?
I'm going to object. His subjective concerns are irrelevant.
I disagree.
Well, the objection is not relevant, counsel.
Well, Your Honor, again, it informs the course of the interview. It informs some of the things that were said, and it informs the defendant's responses to those things.
Well-
To my knowledge, that's none of that. Could I have a moment with counsel on this?
So, Your Honor, I just had a discussion with Attorney Schoenhorn, and we haven't really reached an agreement, so I think the court's going to have to rule.
The court understands that the question is asked to explain Detective Kimball's approach to the interview.
That's right.
What the court is going to do is just indicate that at this point, there's not a sufficient foundation for that question, but it is relevant. But there probably needs to be laid another or an additional foundation for that question.
Detective Kimball, had you become aware the night before that state police personnel had interacted with Mr. Dulos and the defendant?
Yes,
And at some point, was a concern raised to you by state law enforcement personnel regarding the safety of the defendant?
yes.
Who brought that to your attention?
I don't remember specifically.
What was the nature of the concern, if you recall?
Well, I think we have to find out who it was first. If he doesn't know, then we just can't say.
Well, the fact that the detective became aware does not mean that he can't remember now that he became aware. It came from some source, but the relevant response is that he became aware somehow. So the fact that he does not remember who gave him the information is immaterial. Overruled.
You can answer the question.
I learned that the interaction between Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis on the evening of May 31st was concerning because Fotis Dulos was overly concerned with Michelle Troconis's statements and conduct and was exhibiting behavior that was concerning. One thing was he was staring at her, and we don't know if it was an intimidation factor or if he was trying to message her in some way, but his physical behavior was concerning towards the defendant, Michelle Troconis.
And so based on that, did you have concerns for her safety when you interviewed her on June 2nd?
Yes,
In terms of your approach, were you also viewing the defendant as a potential witness?
yes.
Why were you viewing her as a potential witness?
She,
Well, again, I'm going to object. This is his subjective speculation as to now hearsay, foundation, and again, just lay opinion at this point.
Well, the court understands that the question is, why were you viewing her as a potential witness? As a reason to conduct the interview. So overruled.
You may answer the question.
we were aware that she resided at Fort Jefferson with Mr. Dulos. and we had C4 video of the two of them together on Albany Avenue, where Mr. Dulos was depositing trash, which was eventually related back to Jennifer Dulos. So it was our belief that she had information on the case that was pertinent.
Prior to interviewing the defendant, did you read to her what are known as the Miranda rights?
Yes,
Are Miranda rights required to be given to an arrestee prior to questioning them?
Again, Your Honor, this is a legal question. The fact that it was given and is not required to get now into the legal explanation of why or whether it should be.
I'll withdraw it. Does the state police have forms in which Miranda rights are typed out in English and Spanish?
yes,
And did you read the defendant her Miranda rights in English or Spanish?
in English,
Did the defendant acknowledge that she understood her Miranda rights?
yes.
How did she so acknowledge?
I asked her if she understood and she stated yes.
Did she also acknowledge her Miranda rights in writing?
Yes,
How did she do that?
by placing her initials along the notice of rights.
When you say notice of rights, there's an actual form that arrestees also fill out prior to speaking with the police. Is that correct?
Yes, and to correct myself, it was a signature for notice of rights. She signed her name.
Now, was this interaction captured on video?
Yes, it was.
And have you had a chance to review that video in advance of your testimony today?
Yes,
Now, the Miranda form itself, that has been misplaced. Is that right?
that is correct.
But the interaction with her signing the form is on tape.
That's correct.
May I have this marked, Your Honor? Yes, sir. May I have this marked for identification?
Yes.
Actually, I think it could be marked as a full exhibit.
If I can just pull it up and just make sure that my copy is the same. If I could just have 30 seconds, please.
Yes.
I'm fine. No objection.
What's the exhibit number, please?
Judge, this is 77.
State 77 admitted as a full exhibit.
Permission to publish 77, Your Honor?
Yes.
Playing State 77. Sorry, Your Honor, if we just have one moment for the sound. Just pull up the file. You see, John.
They're not. No. Oh, okay.
Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Got it. Okay. Sorry, Your Honor, Attorney Schoenhorn just wanted to ensure that there's nothing additional on the disc. There is not. And so I think we can begin playing it with sound.
Yeah, for the record, the screen looked like there were other things, but they're not actually on it, so.
Did you have that here? No. So make sure you're
take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. I understand, you know, your side of the difficult as well. So. Yes.
Detective Kimball, I'll just direct you to the screen behind you, and it may very well be apparent, but could you just identify who everyone is in the video for the jury?
Should I stand or?
I'm sorry.
Should I stand?
Yes, sir.
This is myself, Detective Corey Flavy. Seated is the defendant, Troconis, and standing to her left, with a white shirt on, is Attorney Andrew Ball.
Thank you, sir.
So Michelle, yourself last night, but I'm just gonna do it again right now. I'm trying to know when I work with the state police, I'm 45. So we're assisting. You're here with your attorney in your home? Attorney Williams gonna be able to sit with you the whole time. If you have a question that you concerns you, we can stop. We can step out, or you can step out, however, we have a consultation with your attorney. Right. You understand, you all know where your cameras and all that stuff. So just because you are currently in custody and we want to talk to you, we have to go through what's known as notice of waiver of rights. So we'll review that with you also in Spanish. You're going to read English? I do not. No. Okay. All right. So I'll give you any questions. The Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Connecticut require that I inform you of your rights as follows. You have the right to remain silent. You talk to any police officer, anything you say can be used against you in court. We'll talk about that. You have the right to consult an attorney before you are questioned. You may have a lawyer with you during your question. Your lawyer is here. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to you, appointed for you if you wish before any question. If you wish to answer questions, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time. So this is voluntary. If you don't want to talk to us at any time, you can tell us you're done. You may stop answering questions at any time to speak to your attorney. You may have your attorney with you during any further questions. And you're not a child under 16. So do you understand what I read to you? Yes. Okay, so that's the advisement of your rights. So if you could just do this sign that just acknowledges that you were provided your rights, and then we'll go through the rest of it. So the rest of the Michelle is, now that you've been advised of your rights, we're going to ask you if you're willing to speak with us. That's the waiver of the rights. So if you're willing to sign word initials, says, I waive these rights as indicated by placing my initials after one or more of the following statements. I wish to answer questions being fully aware of my rights as listed above. Are you willing to do that? Okay. Could you just put your initials, just that initial? The next one would be, I do not want to consult with an attorney or have an attorney present with me at this time. You have your attorney present. I understand my rights and I waive them freely and voluntarily with no threats or promises made to you. We're not threatening you, we're not promising you, when I talk to you. And do you understand that? Yeah. If you could just initial, just get this out. And you're a child, you're not a child under 16. Do you have any questions on any of those, Michelle? Okay. It does tend to get warm here, so if you need a break, let us know. Yeah, doing that. The ones that are looking at it, so you're just take it off. All right, so again, back last Friday, missing person, Jennifer Dulos. She lives at 69 Wells Street, Wells Lane. They went over, officers went over, they couldn't raise anyone. They went into the house, they couldn't find anyone inside sick or injured. They observed evidence that was concerning about a possible crime scene. Buchanan police detectives responded, found evidence of a possible crime scene. We, as the state police, were called in to assist Buchanan police. We've been working on this case. It's now Sunday, the 2nd of June. We've been working on it straight since the 25th. I'm going to let you and your attorney know that we have located and documented a significant amount of evidence that there was a crime scene at 69 Wells Lane. And that it's our consensus that Jennifer is still missing, and we're very concerned about the fact that she may not be missing, she may be deceased. And it's unfortunate that assault, which resulted in her death, took place in that house or in that garage. So we want to talk to you. We understand that you're Fotis Dulos. Is it Fotis? Yes. That's your boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay. So you're Fotis' boyfriend, my girlfriend, he's your boyfriend. We've been working on this. We've had a lot of people working on this case. We've come significantly far, and you are currently under arrest for tampering with evidence and hindering prosecution. That is something, those are crimes that we believe occurred after the initial crime. So we want to talk to you about what your knowledge is about the crime, what happened to Jennifer. We want to find Jennifer for her family. She has 5 children. And right now they need to know what happened to their mother. You have a daughter.
Yes.
Right, so your daughter is actually the same age as Jennifer. Right, and that family is getting torn up right now. We want to bring some we want them to know what happened to their mother. So we're hoping that you can help us find out what happened to Jennifer. All right. We also understand, having learned some things about Fotis, we understand that he has been described to us as a person who has a very strong personality and might have the tendency to control people and manipulate people. And it's certainly, we believe there's a possibility that he may be doing that to you, and that's how they have been doing that to you. And that's one reason that you guys are physically separated now, and you are safe. And we are concerned for your safety if you get out of here and he's out of here. We're worried about what might happen to you. We have no specific information, but we don't want anything bad to happen to you. And I know you don't want anything bad to happen. You have a mother. Okay. You have a mother. You have a daughter. We want you to be there for her.
Yes, there's already 5 children with no mother. Right. Let's not 86.
So we really need to know what you know, what you can do, tell us to help us find what happened to Jennifer and where Jennifer is now. And that's basically what we're looking for. We do need truth. We do need details. We understand there may be some things that you could conceivably tell us that you may think would get you in trouble. As far as I'm concerned, we can deal with a lot of that stuff, whether or not your attorney would agree with it. He's here in case you say something that he doesn't want you to, but when there's a truthful statement, we can deal with it. If there's a statement where you distance yourself or you don't tell the complete truth, that becomes an issue. So we have a lot of information. We've done a lot of mapping. We have a lot throughout Hartford where you guys are moving around. We have there's actually a lot of surveillance cameras. There's a lot of documentation that we have. So we know some of this stuff, but we're looking to you to help us fill things in. All right, are you willing to help us? Okay.
And just, keep in mind, we look into you as well. We know you're a good mom. We know you're a good woman. And you can look so wonderful from what you can offer us at the end of this. Because I know it's been tough for you in the media. Now's your time to shine. Now's your time to be that mom, to be that person. All right? I know it's been a rough week, but if they don't really understand or know about you, what we do. So
we've seen you at some of your worst moments. We don't see the humanity in you. And we want people to know that it's there.
that's right. I saw it the other night. Yeah, I saw it the other night, and you were having a hard time. Remember when we were doing the prints? I could see it, so we get feel.
And we understand that you could be, I don't know what happened to you. I don't know how folks treated you. I don't know what promised you. I told you. I know there's been, in the last week, there's been a significant change in your lifestyle, and there may be a downward trajectory for you. So you look shell-shocked, quite frankly, because we were saying you look like
I'm in shock.
and you're shocked.
Yeah.
Right. And that's understandable. We understand that. We're here. If you have questions for us, we're happy to answer anything we can. But we're looking to you for guidance because we know that we believe that you have information that can help us find Jennifer for the future. So what can you tell us?
Why don't you start with Friday?
With my day?
Yes.
Um,
This is the 24th.
yeah. So usually I had an alarm set for 6:40 every day. not Thursdays, because Nicole goes to school on Thursdays, she gets in at 9 instead of 8. So from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Fridays, my alarm is always 9, and Nicole's alarm is always set at 6:40.
Okay, you live at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Okay, with Fotis and with Nicole? Okay,
Yes.
and Nicole is 12?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So my normal day, the alarm sounds, usually I'm in my room, she's in her room. She wakes up, she's very independent, she wakes up, I hear the shower turning on. That day, I slept with her because from Thursday to Friday, it was raining, it was thunderstorms.
Okay,
So she called me at 12:59, when she's scared, and then have the phone next to my bed. She called me, I answered, she said, I'm scared. And obviously, I mean, when she says that, I hang up and I pick my phone and I go to her room. So I did that. So obviously, I woke up and I was with her in her bed. The alarm sounds. I wake up and I go to our bedroom. I turn off my alarm that is snoozing on the record. Fotis wakes up too. When I go to the bathroom, I brush my teeth and I get into the shower. I don't wet my head usually because usually I take a fast shower to take Nicole. Fotis jumps into the shower with me.
Just gonna pause it at 14:46:53. Detective, the defendant just indicated to you that Fotis Dulos woke up in her presence and hopped in the shower with her. Is that correct?
I'm going to object to his characterization of what was said. I don't believe that's what I heard, and it's a leading question on top of it.
Well, the video and the audio is able to be seen and heard by the jury. And the question, even though it may not have been a quote, was not misleading, even unless it's the word hopped that offends counsel.
No, I heard that she said she went up to her daughter's room because of the thunder, the rain. I did not hear her say, it's up to the jury, but I didn't hear her say that she woke up with Fotis Dulos.
Well, the audio is clear. The jury heard the audio. What's going to overrule the objection?
Nor was that my question, incidentally. But, that's what she indicated to you, correct? That Fotis Dulos woke up in her presence and got in the shower with her, correct?
Yes,
Now, how many times did you interview the defendant?
total of 3 times.
On what dates did you interview the defendant?
This is the first interview, June 2nd, 2019. The second interview occurred June 6th, 2019, and the third interview occurred August 13th, 2019.
Throughout the course of those interviews, did the defendant always maintain that Fotis Dulos had woken up in her presence and gotten in the shower with her?
No,
When was the first time she indicated that that did not happen?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object that the video speaks for itself and allow him to editorialize and give opinions about what was said and when is improper. And I object to all of this because the video will speak for itself and he's being asked to give his opinion on what was said and when.
So the question is, was this story maintained throughout all of the interviews? The response was no. Overruled. Well, this is probably time for a natural break. It's about
Yes, Judge.
11:13. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess now and resume at 11:30. Please do not disturb.
Could we just stay on the record for a minute, Your Honor? I want to alert the court, if this is the procedure, the court is going to allow that when it's time for cross-examination, and I want the state to be aware because of their witnesses, we're going to be playing the entire videos through the cross-examination and stopping so that we can get clarification on what was actually said. And again, I'm not saying this to throw off the state's case. I'm just saying that in light of the court's ruling, if this is the fact that this witness is allowed to characterize what's being said on the video, and for things that haven't even been said yet, allowing him to say, for example, oh, she changed her story, which I submit is a false statement by the state in terms of the question, then we're going to have to play the entire thing and stop to show that that's not the case. That wasn't my intention, but I want that to do, but I'm going to have to do that as to be able to correct this, because I believe it is an improper means of questioning a witness when there is a video. I thought he was going to be playing it through, not saying, well, didn't she just say X when I didn't hear her say that?
Well, I'm a little surprised he's saying he thought it was going to be playing it through when the court specifically asked me whether or not I'd be asking questions during the course of the interview, and I answered affirmatively. So I'm a little stunned to hear that. The other piece of this, Judge, is the video speaks for itself is not a real objection. And he keeps making it. And so I'm glad that we're having this conversation, because nowhere in the code of evidence does it say the video speaks for itself is an appropriate objection. It's just not in there. I am asking Detective Kimball about his recollection as to the defendant's version of events. And so if I were to say we're standing in a courtroom right now, is that my opinion, or are we standing in a courtroom right now? So he's certainly able to testify that her version of events changed. And by the way, Judge, they're the ones that insisted that we do both interviews at once. Okay, you'll recall that we have to do both interviews at once. My cross is prejudice, the confrontation clause, all these sorts of arguments that were made this morning. And now they're trying to essentially prevent the state from discussing both interviews. I can conduct this direct examination in this manner. It's appropriate. The video speaks for itself. Is not a real objection. I'm asking Detective Kimball to testify as to his recollection. And that's how we intend on proceeding.
If I may respond. The actual rule is called the best evidence rule. A witness is not allowed to characterize a statement. This is a statement. The common terminologies, it speaks for itself. That's not in the actual code of evidence, but the best evidence rule is. So when I hear Mr. McGinnis say we can do it however we want, that's also not in the rules of the evidence. The court has a certain amount of discretion. I'm not saying he can't ask any questions, but he's not permitted under our rules to be able to characterize what is being said or whether it's different than what is being said at a later time. That's my concern, and that's why the rules do not permit that, specifically the best evidence rule, which is a form of a...
Before we proceed,
I'd like to hear it on that.
the prejudice is in mischaracterization, not characterization. If counsel decides to characterize what was said, there's an objection that can be made that that was a mischaracterization. But the fact that it's not a direct quote doesn't amount to a mis. No. The court sees no prejudice in jumping ahead because the issue is not whether the only questions that can be asked can only be asked up until 1446:53. Anything that comes in between the beginning and 1446:53, you can ask questions about that, but not about anything that comes after 1446:53. So
if I may briefly respond, I will also note that Mr. McGinnis referred to this as a quote, story, unquote. That is a particularly offensive comment. It is improper and it's mischaracterizing the evidence. For him to even use that term is an attempt to disparage what my client was saying on the stand by referring to it as a quote, story, unquote.
we can use the word account.
And I just also want the court to be aware that there may have been certain things that my client said differently later, but it was after, as it will later come out, that this witness, and has admitted that at a previous hearing, was lying to her about what information he had, and therefore she answered perhaps differently. But changing the story is a false dichotomy. It is improper, and I ask the court to instruct the state that it cannot use that kind of terminology.
May I be heard, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to some of this, beginning with the best evidence objection that he just made. It's completely wrong about that. Number one, we've introduced the video itself, so the best evidence rule has been satisfied. Number two, I'm asking Detective Kimball as to his recollection. I'm not offering it to prove the contents of a video. So his best evidence objection, the video speaks for itself, falls flat on its face. That's point number one. Point number two, judges, I don't even recall using the word story. Now, if I did, I can certainly use the word account going forward, but I don't even recall using that word. I suppose the record speaks for itself in that regard, but I'll use the word account going forward. But I think actually the court was using that as an example. I don't think I actually used the word story. So I did just want to note that. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I don't think that I did. But in any event, I will obviously take the overrule. Thank you.
Thank you. The court's recollection is that it used the word story as an example. Well, we're going to take a recess and it's going to be until 11:35. Stand in recess.
All rise. This honorable state for announcement of business until 11:35.
The word story, not Mr. McGinnis, so I want to correct the record about that. But at the same time, I also want to note,
This honorable state for now open the back session.
Please be seated. Thank you.
Judge, I just want to clarify something. I believe that Mr. McGinnis is correct that I think Your Honor used the word story, not Mr. McGinnis, so I want to correct the record about that. But at the same time, I also want to note, I want to emphasize, this is not the court reporter's, or this is the state's own version of the transcription of this passage. And I want the court to be aware as to why it's a mischaracterization of what was said. This is the state's version saying that day, they're talking about that night, I slept with her, meaning her daughter, because on Thursday to Friday it was raining and there was thunderstorms. And Detective Officer Kimball says, okay. So she called me at 12:59 that she was scared. I mean, I have the phone next to my bed. Then she says, she called me, I answered, she said, I'm scared. And obviously, I mean, when she says that, I hang up and I go. I leave my phone and I go up to her room. So I did that. So obviously I woke up and I was with her in her bed, quote unquote. So when Mr. McGinnis states, she said she woke up with Fotis Dulos, that's a mischaracterization. It's why I'm objecting to these kind of questions. It's falsely suggesting something that's clearly, and I'm reading from their version, ours says the same thing, but I didn't want there to be any dispute about what was said. That's why I'm concerned by allowing the witness to characterize what's actually being said and why that's a problem, not only a due process problem, but allowing him to say things that are not actually in the document. That's why it looks like I'm going to have to play this and stop it every time this happens.
So Judge, the only mischaracterization is Attorney Schoenhorn describing my question.
Yeah.
What I said, my question was, did Fotis Dulos wake up in your presence? What she told the detectives was that she went in the room, Fotis wakes up. That's what she said. And that was my question. I didn't say whether she woke up with Fotis Dulos. So the only mischaracterization is his characterization of my question. So I'd like to get on with this.
Well,
That's not in here either. What he just said is not.
well, the jury is going to, in deliberation, the jury, well, first of all, jurors may be taking notes. They can ask for playback of anything, including the video. So to essentially make sure the jury hears exactly what counsel wants them to hear is not an efficient use of the court's time. The jury can hear, we do not know if any juror can take shorthand. So whatever the jurors hear is what they hear. Just because there may be a mischaracterization, that can be objected to. That is, the mischaracterization can be objected to. But making sure that the state quotes exactly what is heard on the video is not a good use of time. The objections can be made concerning mischaracterization.
And Judge, I just want to be heard briefly also. So page 16 of the transcript of 201. Mr. Troconis, the alarm sound. I wake up and I go to our bedroom. Male. Mr. Troconis, I turn off my alarm and it's snoozing. And there's a clanking in audible 1356. Detective Kimball says, right. Mr. Troconis, hey, Fotis wakes up too. Okay. So the idea that
Did not say in his presence. That's the concern I have.
Well, the court is going to call the jury in. If there's an objection as to mischaracterization, the court will hear the objection. The court did not hear the mischaracterization. So if that was the objection, that's overruled. And bring the jury in. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning again.
Good morning. Again,
Detective Kimball, where we left off, I was asking you about this statement. You indicated that you had interviewed the defendant on 3 separate occasions. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Did the defendant always maintain her account during those 3 separate interviews that she showered with Fotis Dulos on the morning of May 24th, 2019?
She did not.
Judge, we're going to pick it back up at 1446:53.
I get out, I shower before I go usually to the bathroom. I go to pee, I have my period, and I have it, which is weird, I've had it like for more than 9 days. I guess the stress. So that's the first thing I do, then I shower. I usually put like light clothes, exercise clothes, leggings, or sweatpants, or a black sweater because it's been cold. I go down, before I ask her what she wants to eat, she says usually it's an omelette with cheese or waffle. The day before, I peeled some oranges and carrots because she was going to take for the school for a project, juices for 10 girls. So I go down, she helps me squeeze the oranges in the machine. I put it in the big thermal that we have, the whole juice. I don't know if her or me, we have a white cooler. I take the ice from the freezer down, I pour it in the cooler, and I put the thermal. Obviously, I didn't close it well, so at the end it feels, but not now. I do the omelette, she eats, and then we go to school. I drop normally the keys in the drawer where all the keys are.
What car are you driving to school?
The Cherokee. I work with the Cherokee. Yes.
What time do you leave for school?
Usually around in between 7:28 to 7:40 at the most. But that day we were like maybe probably 7:30, 7:35. But again, the neighbors have a camera in your house. You can check exactly. So that's why. Okay. I drive, I do my same circuit to go to the school and at the Walker.
Okay, thank you.
She goes down. I give her a kiss. She closes the door and then I say, the cooler. So I put the window down. I say, go in the cooler. She said, oh, I almost forgot. She opens the bag. And she takes the cooler, the cooler, she goes to the middle to the class or school. I go back and usually I arrive around 8:15, 8:20. I'm normally in the house. I arrive, I put my purse in the kitchen like I always do, in the table or in the chair. I go up to the office. I was going to do a coffee. I didn't. I don't remember if I did a coffee. I don't think so. Usually I do coffees every time. After dropping cold with sometimes with Fotis, sometimes without Fotis. I go up. Kent, the lawyer is there. They're talking in the further. You've been in the house, no?
Just explain.
They're in the table down the office.
They can't do who?
And Fotis.
Can't enforce?
Just going to pause the video at 14:51:03. You indicated that you interviewed the defendant 3 separate times. Did the defendant always maintain her account that Fotis Dulos was in the office?
She did not.
Thank you, sir. We'll pick it back up.
Grab my computer. Then I for Pavlonis, how do you say, project documents in the house that are supposed to be a deal. I had to do some changes. I did the Andy's another guy that works for this, I think, because the day before he was there at home. Yes, but I don't know, I think he made some changes. And then I go down, I grab my phone, and there's a message from Aaron, which is Hodge's wife, saying I left my purse because they were that night, they had dinner on Thursday night. Aaron, Hodge, Stefan, and Beth, and Fotis Dulos. In the house outside, we cooked, we did like a barbecue and salad, and put French fries and meat. I don't remember if I did a salad, a Greek salad, I don't know. So I texted and I said I can take the purse because I'm going to the supermarket, so it's on the way. Then I think she said Hatch is going, or he can go, and I said, where should I drop it? And I can go to like your house or to the warehouse. I don't know, I told my phone, my text, as I can see. Okay. So I took a picture, I sent it, it was in the high chairs in the corner where the breakfast table is. I grabbed the purse, I grab mine, I get in the car, and I go to the warehouse, which is. Yes.
And what time is this?
This probably was like around, if I chatted with her like around 9, it must have probably taken me like 10 minutes to get there out of 44, and then I turn where there's a concession car in the corner where the Capo restaurant. You turn and I go to the Avon self-storage that is owned by Hodge. I go in, I see like a secretary, I said, I'm coming to leave Aaron's first. I mean, obviously I jumped like she, and Hodge has a desk on the further right. So he stand up, he said hi. I give him the purse. And he said, thank you, we had a nice time, it was great, come. And then I get in the car and I go to the supermarket. Stop and shop.
Okay.
And that's the one that is where they have like a Bed Bath and Beyond, there's like a movies, there's a Home Goods.
There's Avon?
I think it's in
Simsbury?
I don't know, but I don't know, I mean, the times they changed.
Pretty clear.
Yes. I have the receipts, I mean, they're probably in my purse. I go in the supermarket, I grab the card, and I mean, I basically went to buy a parsley, so I got 2 parsleys, because I was going to make something that Nicole likes, that's kind of with spinach. Actually, I had it like a previous week or maybe 3 days before she wanted that, so I have it in ingredients, I just mix the parsley for the tomato paste. I found a robot that's walking, and I found it funny for Nicole. So I took a picture with the robot, I filmed the robot, and like in the video it says, look, Nicole, the robot, you ask what you want, or it takes like a joke. You see our text, when we joke, we see a field, a Volkswagen car, I take a picture and I say, punch buggy. We have the family, they laugh, and my sister then makes a comment, I go and does it, because when I took a picture, there's a label, and she obviously zoomed the label in her, it says that, because in the video I say, look, we go, and she takes you wherever you want to pick up the food, but it was like a joke, I really don't know what that robot does. If you see the chats, they start making fun. Oh wow, when I cried, how I look for the stupid robot. I send it also to Beto. I mean, it's like a joke at the time, making stupid jokes. That's my personality. When I pay, I go to the house. I put everything away.
What time do you think you got back to the house?
Probably like between maybe 10:30 at the most. Because on the way I spoke with Beto, my friend, her real name is Clara. She was leaving me up that night at 7, around 7 more or less, from Boston to England. I talk with her every day, usually we stop in dorms, we have a coffee or a breakfast, or I go to her shop. And because I gave her some drugs, she sold some drugs, so she needs to give me some money. And she says, well, why don't we need an 11 in the shop? It's called a Lighthouse Concepts and Design Store. It's in Simsbury, where all the old brick construction. And I think there's a pub called Red.
You're meeting who there?
Beto, my friend, her real name is Clara. So she said that I'm just gonna stop by for a little bit because then she was heading to the airport. I get there.
Can I go back to when you were at the house dropping off the groceries?
Yeah,
Was anybody at the house besides you that you saw? Was Fotis home?
I didn't see, but the car was there.
Which car?
The Suburban.
The Suburban was at the house?
Yes.
Okay, the Raptor at the house, the pickup truck?
No,
No.
no.
Okay, and who normally drives the pickup truck?
Well, between me and Pablo, or sometimes Fotis, but the way they have it, or the Fotis has a plan is that not do so many mileage in the cars. They usually takes the Jeep, and I'm in between the Raptor and the Suburban.
Okay, so let me just, so you have normally the cars are the Raptor, Suburban,
And a Cherokee.
and you're normally,
I drive the 3. No, I don't have like a fake, line that's mine, because I we all use the 3. But Pablo doesn't use the Suburban. He's always in between the Raptor and the Cherokee. The Suburban, for sure, when Fotis has the kids, he uses it because it's the only car.
was Pablo in the house early in the morning when you saw Ken and Fotis?
No,
No, when you left to take Nicole to school, was the Raptor at the house or was it drunk?
both in the Raptor, there's only 2 garages on one side and 2 on the other. So if the Raptor was there, it was on the other side.
So you don't know if it was there?
No, because I mean, I don't go into the 2 garages, I just go into one.
Okay, but the Suburban was there.
Yes,
Okay, so when you took Nicole to school, the Suburban was there
yes,
at the house.
yes.
Okay.
So the way it works for not to do mileage to the cars, usually the rent takes the Cherokee, but when they have to carry, I don't know, construction things, or sometimes they order like the mirrors, lamps, and they arrive in for Jefferson. Harvey takes the pickup to drop the things. And I grab whatever, like really there's no time. So, where was I?
You were 11 concept, you were at 11
Oh,
o'clock on Easter.
Right, yes, around 11:10. I meet there. She said, oh, Nate, I can give you cash, I can go to the ATM. I said, no, I'd rather have it on check because it's from the company. So I said, okay, don't worry. She said, can you send me the invoice? And I said, well, let me. So I opened my computer, I typed the raws that I have to do like an invoice. I sent the email, but the Wi-Fi doesn't work, so it stays like in my, that it wasn't sent. So when I say, have a nice trip, we'll talk later, blah, 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 I get into the car and I drive to the house. And usually I open my computer, I spend a lot of around like 12 for sure I was in the house.
Okay. Was anyone else at the house?
Yeah, I mean, I had lunch with Fotis, but no, later, not immediately. Usually I go up to the host room, that's the place where I spend the most time, my day, when I'm in the house.
So just to be clear, Michelle, when you got back to the house, as late as noon?
It's what,
So is it as late as noon? Noon or earlier, or noon,
yeah,
around
like
noon?
about noon.
Was Fotis there? You came back home now?
Well, he probably can be because he has the office on top. I mean, I didn't look for
Did
him.
you notice if the Raptor was around? You guys park in the garage or you park out the driveway?
No, I always park inside, and Fotis parks
The left or the
on
right?
well, depending on the car, usually the Raptor goes up the left because it's uncomfortable to get in the house, and the Suburban goes, but when the Raptor is not there, then the Suburban goes on the left and the Cherokee. I mean, it's just for take out the door that it's easy.
So
The office is at the old way at the end of the house.
in the downstairs or the upstairs?
The office,
The office.
no, I'm upstairs, and you can go through that, there's some stairs in the one room.
Okay.
Or you can come from outside the house.
So you're up in Nicole's room and you hear Fotis call out.
I know, I didn't tell you, at some point in the morning, I pick up the garbage. Out, the two red, garbage cans, because it was Friday. That I forgot.
Shoot.
But
They
that,
did the driveway and you brought it down.
yeah, that was like 9, that I didn't say, because that I remember now. I brought that to garbage in. So we ate pastel de papa, and it was like a food, very typical Argentinian, it's like you call it a shepherd pie, something like that, something similar. Leftovers from probably the day before or the day, 2 days, but not later than that. And then usually we eat, I wash the dishes, I put it, Fotis goes back to wherever he does. And
Back in his office.
yeah, I mean, he walks around a lot around the house, and not he's in the office all day, or he goes in and out for, I don't know. He says that he goes to the bank,
Okay.
or to the sites. So when I finish eating, probably went back again, I'm always in the computer.
Where's the computer? You up in Nicole's room or
It's a laptop, I carry with me up and down wherever I
you're
am.
on the second?
Yes,
Are there 2 floors?
yes, right now, and there's a third, and there's a basement.
Right, so there's a third dormers. Looking at the roof.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's where it has theater and constant room, and like a guest room with a bathroom, then we have like a little storage closet where we keep a lot of our sports, like our bags for snow skiing, wetsuits, and life jackets, my riding boots, and then there's like 2 other storage, and then there's an elevator. Then we push it like to the room. So.
Where does Fotis go after lunch? He said he walks around or
No, he goes
He goes back.
back to it. Sometimes he even eats in the office, like he grabs
but
something.
you guys eat lunch that together?
Yes. And there was around maybe 1 that we ate lunch.
Okay. So I'm still not understanding. When you came home, do you know whether Fotis was home? When you came home, you
No, because I don't know. I assume he's in the office, I go with, because I don't have like a guarantee, it's not what I saw anymore.
and you don't know whether the raptor was there when you came home, you?
If it was in the other garage, not,
So
but
when you came home and you didn't see the raptor? Okay.
I think because Babel drove the Raptor, and so Babel was in that car, supposedly.
Do you know from when?
No, because he sometimes takes it overnight, he sometimes comes in the morning, picks it up. He always comes there, I usually never see it. Unless if I keep a key inside my purse, like he says I need it, but that's like rare.
Okay, so Michelle, when you came home, you went up to Nicole's room?
Yes, usually, the places that I hang out in the house is Nicole's room, because I have the charger there and I like the room. In the kitchen, in the chair, in the last chair of the counter table, because I put the plugs for the charger for the computer or the phone in some cases.
But on that particular Friday, you were up in Nicole's room?
Yes.
And then you hear Fotis call up, say, let's have lunch,
Yes.
and then you have lunch somewhere
I'm
around.
done, yeah.
Okay, so my question again is, when you heard Fotis call out, let's have lunch, where was he calling from? Was he?
It was like from
Was
from my
he
head.
inside the house?
No, yes.
Okay, was he upstairs or downstairs?
No, downstairs. Downstairs. I stand up and he was standing there, so usually I go, I
So where was he staying, downstairs?
yes, upstairs.
He said, hey, let's have lunch.
Yes.
All right. Do you know how he came to be downstairs? I'm trying to find out if he was home or he was just coming home at 1 o'clock and saying, hey, let's have lunch.
I mean,
Okay.
because there's stairs, there's the door, the
Big house.
door. I mean, yes.
All right.
I don't follow every moment.
So 1 o'clock, you had lunch and then,
Well, around 1 or 2. I don't know.
okay, so 1 or 2. So he
I
was,
mean, I heated the food every time.
so were you saying, Michelle, that as late as 2 o'clock, Fotis was saying, hey, let's have lunch, or,
Between that time.
okay.
But I mean, again, I cannot be.
No, we're trying, if you don't know this, fine, I'm just trying to narrow
Say
it.
something that I said mine was.
No, we're doing do the best you can, that's all. Okay.
And like really, I usually have my phone a lot and I'm either chatting, so through chat, Nicole calls me a lot from school, we do it on FaceTime. I believe we did. She texted me saying, "Mommy, we couldn't have the juice because it's spilled." So that text is there. I think I sent it.
So afterwards, like just try to recall as best you can, because you don't have your phone with you. Right. So just go ahead. You're good.
Then when I pretty much usually when we eat, I put everything in the dishwasher. I mean, I rinse, I put in the dishwasher, or if it's too late, sometimes I just put it, if I like paper towel and I put it.
Do you have that?
Then, at some point, Fotis calls me.
Your phone or calls?
Yes, we use a lot of phone. Our house is big. He calls me and he says we have to go to 80 Mountain to clean the house because tomorrow Rania is coming with some clients. We have a meeting, I think the meeting was at 9 or 10 that we met on Saturday morning. But because of the situation, we didn't go to show the house, so Fotis gave Rania, but this is like, I'm kind of, anyway.
So 80 Mountain Spring in Avon has a property owned by the Ford Group.
That he rebuilt, it's an old house that was like 100 years and he rebuilt it.
Beautiful house, seen it.
Yes, it's a,
This is a big property too, right?
yes,
5, so 2 acres.
yeah, it's separated with 2 lots
Everybody's 80, 84, 88.
and he,
84, 88, it's just your property.
yes, it was the same lot, but he subdivided it.
Okay.
I don't know that part.
Sure.
Pavlonis that we met on Thursday with the house plan, they bought in 88, and that's what we've been looking at the drawings lately. I have to bring all the cleaning material to clean the house because the house was a mess.
At 80.
Yeah, but I mean,
He called you, Fotis called you, so you have to go to 80 Mountain Spring to clean, is that so you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of cleaning materials did you bring?
Well, I brought vacuum that doesn't work there because it doesn't have the central.
Okay.
I brought the thing to clean like this, Swift, it's a yellow thing with a stick, paper towels, one of those Clorox spray.
Clorox.
I don't know if Clorox, I buy usually Clorox, Swift, whatever I find in the house, garbage bags. So I kind of started cleaning the kitchen, but it's like, okay, this is impossible.
What time did you go, and then what vehicle did you travel in, and who was with you?
I traveled alone in the Cherokee.
And
Another thing that I didn't tell you, somewhere around noon, I speak with another store called Hitchrock, I don't know. It's in Canton, in the shops of Canton, that they have a Ben & Jerry, Barnes & Noble, it's in the corner of the store, it's a furniture store.
Okay.
I was there earlier in the week and I
So
left.
on the phone? You called in for the furniture?
Yes, because I left them some furniture and some rocks and I haven't heard from them. And when I spoke with the lady says, I haven't seen the rocks, I don't know where they are, where did you leave them? I said, I left them with the manager and my girlfriend, which I had like at least a 15 minutes conversation when I left the rocks earlier in the week about Argentinian food, how to do jewelry. So she's like, oh, I cannot see the rocks. And I remember I left them there and they told me that they were going to put it in the store to wait for Richard, the owner, to see the rocks. She's like, oh, and the wife, I haven't seen the rocks, but let me find them and I'll give you a call. That I don't remember if that was Thursday or Friday.
Let's go.
Okay, no, because
Yeah, that becomes important, okay,
yes.
for later. But let's just stay when you're at 80. Okay, so why don't you just finish?
If we could go back to how you got there, what car you took,
I took the Cherokee.
at what time?
That's probably around between 2:15, let's say, or 2:30 and 3.
Okay.
I go back to to the house.
Did anyone else travel there at the same time that you were with there?
Fotis took the Suburban.
Fotis was just suburban?
Yes.
Did you drive with each other or did you go separately?
No, we were separating.
Okay, did you leave around the same time as you?
Yeah,
Okay.
probably.
I'm confused, where did Fotis take the suburban to? Does he also go to 80 Mountain? Or is he going somewhere else?
Yes,
So both of you go to 80 Mountain?
yes,
Separate vehicles at about the same time?
yes, but he arrived earlier, then first than me.
You're arriving around 2:15? Between 2:15 and 2:30, and Fotis is already there?
2:30 and, yes. And, I take all the things out, I put them in the kitchen. I think Fotis, or I figure out that the vacuum doesn't work because it's can't out and I didn't know. So I go back to the house with a vacuum that was in the second floor, sorry. And I get the broom and the shovel for the broom, but the broom is like this, ridiculous. I cannot clean.
Can I ask a question? Is Pablo there?
No,
No?
no,
So he and the rapper are not there?
no.
What is Fotis doing when he's at 80 Mountain? What is doing? You're cleaning inside the
I'm
house?
cleaning nothing because I'm not clean. It's like this huge house, I'm not gonna be able to clean it like with a spoon like this.
Right, so you're cleaning inside the house. What is Fotis doing?
He went in and he was okay, we'll clean. And I'm like, oh, but I have to pick up the girl at 3:30. I forgot that and then I'm like, no, wait, I don't have to pick her up at 3:30 because she had a show and we had the night. I usually am so used to picking her up at 3:30 that I said, no, I have to go.
Let me just tell you an item, a fact that we know is that Fotis' phone was on the property of 80 Mountain Spring Road between 1:37 and 3:38.
Okay, because he called me saying,
What was
sometimes
saying what?
to clean anyone.
To bring, meaning he was already there?
No. He called me and he was, yes, he
So he was
was,
already, when he called you to
Yes.
bring the cleaning supplies
Yes.
at 80 Mountain?
yes, but I don't know why at some point,
Okay, I just wanna go back and please don't. The way you explained it previously was that he called you from inside the house you were at, but now you're saying he was actually,
well, that's that part I don't know. Like, he called me saying, bring cleaning stuff
so he wanted you to bring cleaning stuff in.
to clean the house.
So now your understanding was he was already at 80 Mountain when he called you?
Yes, he probably was, or he was in the house, that's what I don't know.
So you can't confirm one way or the other where Fotis was, just that he called you to bring cleaning supplies?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe I am misunderstanding you, Michelle, but I believe you said that Fotis called you and you drove in the Cherokee and he drove in the Suburban and you drove together to 80 Mountain. Is that what happened or was he already
No,
there?
he was with the Suburban,
Oh,
and he
he was
drove
already
separately.
there.
Yes,
So when you drove the Cherokee to 80 Mountain, he was already at 80 Mountain, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. Do you know when he got there?
no.
Okay. We do, I'm just asking if you do. Okay.
I'm giving you how.
I know, and I'm not trying to trick you, I'm trying to understand. That's all. Yeah, we're not trying to trick you.
Again, I don't know exactly, I'm not like with the phone looking.
That's fine, that's fine. I thought you guys were traveling together. It turns out he called you, get the supplies coming, you know, we have to clean, you drive to Cherokee, and he's already there in the Suburban. So when
Yes,
you arrive at 80 Mountain, where is he, where is the Suburban, what's going on when you first arrive?
usually we go in the back where the.
But on that day, well, right, so just listen, on that Friday, when you arrived on the 80 Mountain driving to Cherokee,
Yes,
what was going on when you first arrived? Did you see the Suburban?
yes,
Where was
in the back where the garage is, in the space.
it? No, you know,
Where's he? No, I can draw it to you.
okay. Do you recognize this? This is the north south, I'm not sure what street this is.
He doesn't have these trees. No, because it's not the property.
No. The road's kind of hard to see because of the tree cover,
Yeah,
so it might be a little
but,
confusing.
this,
Just pausing the video at 15:22:01. Detective Kimball, you're showing the defendant something here, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
What are you showing her?
We're showing her a Google map overview image of 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Thanks, sir. We'll keep playing it.
All right, so,
what is this?
all right, don't mark it. She can't, she can't.
This is no, isn't this where the tennis court used to be of that house?
All right, this may be, I'm not sure how outdated this is.
Because these trees don't exist.
Okay,
This
that's
is
fine.
something.
So when you, that's all right, I don't wanna confuse you, that's all I'm trying to take this away.
But I tell you, you drive inside that property, the road comes or goes there, please, they can turn, the house is here. The garage looks like, let's say, to this place, it has a turn, and that's an area that the cars turn around
So when you arrive at 80 Mountain, the Suburban is in
in
the
that.
back,
They
is it
have,
behind the house, beside the house, in the house?
well, there's 4 garage in that house.
I'm just thinking of sure.
It's like a square, let's say, and the Suburban is parked, like parallel to the garage.
What's going on with the Suburban, is just parked there?
Yeah,
All right, where's Fotis?
in the garage, the
Door's
first,
open?
yes, the first left, the garage door is open. I bring the stuff to the kitchen.
What's he doing? You know,
Who voted?
folks, when you get there.
Nothing, it was like kind of like walking from the kitchen to the garage.
Do you remember what he was wearing?
Jeans, he always wear the same jeans, I think he only has 2 pairs. Yes. And he just recently bought a black pair of jeans, which is weird to see him in black jeans, but
So he was in the black jeans?
no, blue jeans. It wasn't the same.
All right, so what about his shirt?
He had a light shirt, I believe it was light blue. At some point he has a sweater,
Okay,
but I don't know if he took it, I mean, the part that I took it off and hide it.
all right, I just trying to find out. All right, so he's there, you don't know when he got there, you get there between 2:15 and 2:30, and Fotis is there.
Well, it can be a little bit 2, 4:30.
Okay, all right, well,
Let's say up to 3, and I say I have to pick up and go.
okay, so you have to leave at 3 to pick up the call?
Yes, but then I forget, and in my head I'm like, oh no, wait, I don't have to pick her up because she's staying for this Chicago show. I go back to the house with a vacuum and I bring the broom.
To Jefferson?
Yes, and I take the Suburban because the way I park, I don't know, I take the Suburban first, and I go to Fort Jefferson.
Is it at 3?
Yes,
Around 3?
yes.
So 3 o'clock, you drive the Suburban back to Jefferson to pick up the vacuum?
No, to drop off the vacuum and pick up the broom.
Okay, and then you come back to 80 Mounts, right?
Yes.
All right. How long does it
I
take?
drink water in the house.
That's okay, how long is the travel time
No,
between?
nothing, like 7 minutes.
7 minutes?
It's very close. I mean, after minutes and anytime.
All right. All right, so you're back now at 80 Mounts, right? And what's Fotis doing? Inside the house or outside?
No, he was, I think, talking on the phone out in the where the cars are.
Mhm.
And
Who's he talking to, you know?
no,
All right, okay.
then, but I stayed a little bit, so I probably went to that to 80 Mountain. I should have gotten there back. Maybe like, I don't know, 3:40, no, 4.
Okay,
I mean, I didn't leave right away. I stayed in the house a little bit. Yeah, I remember drinking water.
mhm.
I don't know if I was talking on the phone with someone.
All right, so you come back, what do you start cleaning, you continue to clean?
No, I kind of gave up with that because the house is too big on my house. You have to bring somewhere. We usually bring, we used to bring Lupita because she's really on high.
Mhm.
And she stopped and then Renata, which is the one that we have now, she has helped in the past and she actually went to cleaning Friday, she was there. This Friday, 2 days ago. Because she went to the house, we cleaned the sheets and then Fotis said go to 80 Mountains and clean. So,
Can I ask why you didn't have to pick up the phone? Did she go?
because she stayed home and completely forgot she had a school show called Chicago.
Okay, also the delay play.
Yes, I mean, we got late from the school, not like professional.
Okay, so,
And that was like a set, okay.
So you can continue.
So there again arrives.
All right, wait a minute. We're at 80 Mountain.
Yes.
Okay, and you think it's what time?
For something.
Okay, what did you know about the Hitchcock? You're going to go to Hitchcock to.
That's at 5:17.
That's after this?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oil rush?
Yes,
Okay.
with the pickup.
I think around 4 o'clock.
More or less, I mean, for 30, for 15, that I don't know. I think I talked to my dad at some point in between those times.
Pablo alone?
Yes, he's alone in the raptor, that's why I know he had the raptor. And then I said, you know, I have to go because I have to pick up my rocks in camp. So I'm driving, now it's like 5:17, I don't know. I start driving.
Before you go into that, just something, when Pablo arrived, did you see him?
Yes.
What kind of clothes was he wearing? Do you recall?
No, again, I don't know, you guys were always jeans.
You're not kidding, right? What about you? What did you wear that day?
In the morning, for sure, like, because that's like my routine, it's like, exercise clothes. Usually I have a black Adidas sweatpants with 2 gold lines.
And you changed?
And usually I change after leaving Nicole. I don't have a routine. Sometimes I go like jogging.
So after Nicole, when you're already on the road for the remainder of the day, what are you wearing?
I was with a black shirt, my camouflage pants,
Okay, anything else?
and I don't know if I had a sweater or a jacket.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry to run you back, but continue with your rebuttal.
Okay. So I get in the car and I talk again to this woman, Barbara, the owner of the store. Yes, but I'm not sure the name is Hitchcock, I think you have to Google it. But it's in my phone, the number.
That's fine, this is around what time?
Around like 5:17, because I remember I wrote the calls and that's what we found out was. And the lady says, because we're running down slow on people, usually we close at 6, but we might close at 5:30. So I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna make it. I'm still, it takes me to get to Canton at least 20 minutes. And I'm like, why am I gonna drive there? And she said, don't worry, we're gonna be over tomorrow. I started at 11. So I'm like, okay, if I don't make it, then I go tomorrow. Okay. I turn around at the end of Fairfield and I go to the house. I mean, Fotis are in the house, in the outside, in the garage.
Which house?
For Jefferson.
On Jefferson Street.
Yes.
During the course of the day, does Fotis wear a hat or is he just without a hat? Like a ball cap or anything?
No,
No, not at all, does he wear a ball cap?
no, he does, but
But on
he
that,
doesn't.
on that day, no, okay.
No, he wear it later, but not.
Okay, but up until that point, no. But later on in the day, he does wear a hat. Okay, I don't wanna get you ahead, I'm just.
How about the photos are in the garage?
Not in the garage outside, where usually, like in that piece of grass of the garage, outside the garage.
What time do you think you get back to?
No, nothing, like at 5:20.
And this is Jefferson.
Yes.
Okay, so they're on the grass outside your house?
Well, have you been in the house, huh?
No, I've seen pictures of it. I don't
When it's the garage, it's all paved, and then a piece of like grass and paved, because it has grass.
Okay,
So, we were
okay.
there. And I drive the car inside, the Cherokee.
All right, so let me just stop you. When you drive Cherokee and Pablo,
Okay.
Pablo and the photos are there, so that means the Raptor and the Suburban are there?
Yes.
Okay, so all the cars are there when you arrive, and they're on the grass, this is
The
outside.
outside of the
What are
garage.
they doing?
I don't know, I'm talking, I don't know.
Okay, so they're just standing there talking?
Yeah, I know, and Pavel was turning on his motor. He left his motorcycle.
Okay,
Well, it's funny because that motor used to be mine, and I sold it to him. I don't know.
you went back, I'm just kidding.
No.
All right.
So,
Okay, let's hear
and
it.
then I went inside the house,
Mm-hmm.
and So I'm hanging there, I don't know. And then he says,
The pupils.
Fotis at some point, I mean, obviously he went inside the house or whatever. He says, let's go to Starbucks. So this was,
What time do you do that?
that's, I don't know, it was 6:37.
Did Fotis change his clothes or shower at all during that time?
I know I saw him with a sweater. I know then I saw him without the sweater.
Okay.
But I don't know if he like showered. I didn't see him shower.
Okay, so then it's next is you were gonna go to Starbucks. What time is that? And which Starbucks did you go to?
We went to the one in West Hartford, one that I used to go, we'd be going about a year ago, that when she used to take French classes in the house of a teacher. I would drive there and, wait for her there by a Starbucks fire or something.
What time?
No, that's right. I think it was like 6:37.
So you and Fotis go to Starbucks?
No, you go first. He says, let's go to Starbucks. I'm like, okay. And he drives
Which car?
the pickup, the Raptor.
Okay.
And we drive into, I guess that's West Hartford. I don't know. But it's in a very creepy area. Creepy.
Did you ever go to Starbucks?
Yes, yes.
That's not, just like anywhere in the
I
state.
have the receipt. I mean, you can see it in my credit card.
Okay, it's on your credit card, but
Yes.
there's a lot of Starbucks all over the place. So do you know which one specifically?
It's one that has like a Marshalls next to it.
There's a Marshalls and a Starbucks.
Yes,
And that's
and
in
you have
what town?
West Hartford.
West Hartford is a Starbucks?
Yes, and I know there's like a gas station in the front.
Okay. Why don't you tell the officers where you went? In other words, where did Fotis go first before the Starbucks?
Well, there was a street with a lot of like a construction, homes. I remember a fire, a truck coming, police. I don't know, it's a very crowded place.
So in West Hartford, the fire department and police with their lights and sirens were going somewhere?
I remember the fire truck, yes.
Did they have their lights on and they were responding to an emergency?
Yes,
Okay, so this is before the Starbucks and this is in West Hartford.
yes,
And this is around what time?
around that time. 6:37, 7,
Okay, so around 6:30, 7 o'clock
or 7:30, like,
in West Hartford, the police and fire department are responding somewhere and you're going where? To the.
yeah, the plan was to go to Starbucks. That's what he said, let's go to Starbucks. And I would maybe we go every Thursday.
To that Starbucks?
No, for the one that is closer to the school.
How far away is the street level construction that you're driving right now? How far away from the house on Jefferson? It's close.
No, yeah, it's close, pero like, I don't know, 11 minutes, 15
The
minutes.
creepy area is correct.
Bueno, tenía a lot of, yeah, like the street, they had a construction, he's like, oh, look at the construction, and he was showing me the construction, and we care about construction.
And then what happened?
And what?
And then,
Yes, he stopped, and we stopped. He throws something from the back, from my back, I wasn't really paying attention. And then, I mean, somehow we go around, so we turn around. I'm like, why are we here? Like, it doesn't make
So it
sense.
struck you strange that he was driving in that area?
Yeah, I've never driven in that area at all.
You've never been over there?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I've been throwing garbage bags in other opportunities, but I've never been in that area.
What, you only threw one garbage bag?
He threw one garbage, and I think he had to move the car because the police or something was there.
He threw the garbage bag into what?
You know, in a dumpster, I don't know what.
How long did this whole thing, was it fast? Did it?
No, yeah, because then we went to Starbucks and.
So him throwing the garbage in dumpsters or in trash or something? Or both?
No, it was I think it was a.
Dumpster, big metal box, trash receptacles, just like a little green can. How long did this go on for?
I don't know, a little bit.
How long?
Like, how long you talking?
Yeah, did it take a short time or did it take a long?
No, minutes, 2 minutes, I don't know, one of the other things.
I'm just gonna stop you here. I'm gonna tell you, attorney. Over 30 stops over a 4+ mile radius length of Church Street in the north end.
Just going to pause the video at 15:41:18. Detective Kimball, you just indicated that there were over 30 stops. Were you referring to the Raptor?
I was, yes.
Okay. Was that information accurate?
It was not.
Are you familiar, well, firstly, Detective, in your experience, have you taken any interrogation courses?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with something known as a ruse?
Yes.
All right. What is a ruse?
Bruce is presenting false information to a subject.
Intentionally, correct?
Intentional.
All right. Was this an intentional ruse?
It was not, no.
Okay. Why did you indicate that there have been 30 stops of the Raptor?
The 30 stop information was the information I had been given at the time. It turned out later to be inaccurate.
Thank you, sir. Pick it back up.
What?
You know what I'm saying?
No.
Over 30 stops
Of that car.
of that vehicle. That's, you know, check that out. Okay, this is just some of what's going on. So, yeah, just, I want, yeah, is that, oh, this is, who's that? Is that folks? Is that,
Pausing the video at 15:41:58. Detective Kimball, can you just indicate to the jury what you're showing the defendant at this point?
I am showing the defendant full-size screenshots from the C4 surveillance of the Raptor and a Fotis Dulos outside the Raptor.
Thank you, sir.
is that the Raptor you were? I don't have it here, but you're actually leaning out at one point of the car.
No, I told him, I mean, I had a turn on, I took in a spirit,
Okay.
and my hand got sticky, and I went like this, and like this to clean.
Can we go back to the first dumpster where the construction site was? Was there any businesses or buildings that stand out in your mind that were near that dumpster?
I was on the phone talking to my friend.
But it was somewhere between your house and the Starbucks. Was the first dumpster where you threw a bag out?
No, it was in this place.
Looked the other way, that's what he's asking.
Oh, in the way.
Yeah.
Yes,
So before you stopped for coffee, he was already stopping in West Harvard in front of the dumpsters.
yes, and then we went to Starbucks after.
And you went to Starbucks, okay, and then. Okay, so, did it seem strange to you? Some 30 stops.
That we didn't stop 30 times. I mean, that's counting red lights or turns. That sounds strange.
Were there how much garbage holes in the back of the
I
Raptor?
don't know. I don't know. I wasn't looking. I was in the phone. I was probably talking to Betu, my friend Betu, because she's about to take a plane. And she actually said, when I'm getting on the plane, so bye. And
Did you ask for this? What
I'm like, can we go? I'm like, yes, I want to go. All right, let's go to Starbucks. I said, yes, wait.
It just seemed, it doesn't seem, knowing what I know about Fotis, doesn't seem like an area that I would expect him to be driving around.
No, I've never driven there.
Okay. So you agree with that?
I don't even know.
You thought it was strange that he was in that area?
Yes, but because we've done it another times to throw garbage.
Right, but in an area you called creepy, I mean, is that where?
I know, because I've never been in that area. Like my furthest I went,
So there have been other times where you've been with Fotis where he stopped at multiple garbage receptacles and thrown trash in them?
yeah, but a long time ago, not like that area. And then we go back to, and that's when we stop in Starbucks after throwing our bag. We go to Starbucks. I ask for I go to the bathroom because I got my period. And I ask for a Java chip. I ask for a croissant, a chocolate croissant, and they say we don't have it because usually we have in the morning.
Right.
So they didn't have. And so I get a sandwich, ham and cheese or turkey and cheese sandwich.
While you're getting the sandwich, is all the garbage already thrown out?
Yes.
Can I go back to when Apple arrives at the house with the Raptor? Did you notice anything inside the vehicle? Did you notice anything inside the
No,
Raptor?
because I didn't go.
Was the Raptor flatbed, was the back bed covered with anything that you noticed?
No, but I didn't see. I mean, I wasn't paying attention.
How long was Pavel and Fotis together at 80 Mountain after Pavel arrived from the Raptor? How long do you think they were together? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
This is very important.
No, but it could be. Probably must have been there maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes, nothing.
And then he left.
He left
What did he leave with?
with the raptor,
With the raptor.
yes,
And then Fotis followed him.
yes, and I had a Cherokee,
As far as you know, they went back to Jefferson.
yes.
So you saw them there, correct?
When I came back from not going to their house, yes, they were in Fort Jefferson.
So how long was it between the time you left Email and came back to Fort Jefferson and you saw Powell and Fotis there?
10 minutes, 11 minutes, not that long. 15 minutes at the most, which I think is too much.
So Powell was at the house with Fotis on 80 Mountain for 10 minutes, they leave. And then how long until you see them again? What's the time frame before you go back? Is it a while? Is it not a while? Is it 5 minutes?
Wait, can you repeat?
Yes. So Powell arrives. He's at the house on 80 Mountain for about 10 minutes, correct?
He arrived with the raptor.
Yes.
Remember, I said him.
He's out there for long.
No, because he was already leaving, I mean, he came from the canyon.
Powell came from the canyon?
Yes.
What was he doing in the canyon?
He's the one who takes care of the house that they're building down there. He's the one who looks at it every day.
What house in the canyon does he take care of?
Or not take care, it's a house that they're doing construction.
Do you know the address?
I always hear 61 Sturbridge. I've been in that.
Sturbridge.
Yes.
Thank you. There was this guy.
Wait. That's what they told me.
That's what
I
they
didn't
told
see him, I don't know.
That's what you're telling us, that they informed
Exactly. I
you.
don't wanna say things that,
Who's there? They told you.
well, I mean, Fotis and Farber, they always thought that they're, that Farber goes to Canaan.
Okay.
Unless
No.
it's right.
So how long was it between the time you left 80 Mountain and Fotis and Powell were there, and you started out for Ken, and then you turned around and went to 4?
No, we all left. We all left like at the same time.
Okay.
It's not like I stayed longer or he stayed on.
Okay, you all left, and then when you drove back to your home where you live, which is 4 Jefferson. Okay, when you arrived back there, now Fotis and Powell were at 4 Jefferson.
Yes.
So Powell and Fotis left, not at the same time we did.
Yes.
Just confirming a couple things. When you went to the school to drop your daughter off, where did you drop her off? At the school?
Where?
Yeah, like is there a main driveway?
Yeah, it's a circle, there's like a main building, and I always leave her in the same corner.
Corner of the building?
There, it's like a roundabout. This is the main building, the middle school, and the theater. It's
So
called,
like an L?
it's a curve.
Okay, it's R, okay.
It's an arch, and I leave her there, she walks, I see her when she gets in, then she puts her ID, and then she goes,
Okay, did you get out of the car or did you just let her out of the car?
no,
Because you were driving the Cherokee
yes,
and what was Cole wearing? She had a backpack?
yes, it's the backpack and the cooler with the juice that she pulls.
Is that like a small little, like a thermal lunch pack? Is it a big cooler or is it holds or is it one
No,
or shoulder
the
strap?
shoulder strap.
Nicole had backpack and
And the cooler, which is my cooler from Miami that I used to have when I had a boat, and I would take it to the beach. It's a white cooler, it's in the house. It's not hard, it's soft. You can, it's like a bag.
it's like mine. And when you went to Starbucks, you guys go to the drive-through or
No, we parked.
go park and go inside?
Go inside.
And this is the Starbucks in West Hartford?
Yes, well, I guess, I don't know exactly.
Are you sure? Whether it's,
But I know which one it is for sure, because it's the one that I used to go when we go.
and that's near Marshall's?
There's a Marshalls, there's like a light, there's in the other side of the street, it has a big parking lot. There's a gas station in front, and there's like a fire department nearby.
Like right nearby or just
I think it's
like right next to it?
actually in front of it.
Okay.
That I remember always seeing when I passed there, because the teacher the teacher that Nicole used to take French, it's a little bit further. There's the fire building, that's my reference, and then there's a stop light. I turn and then I turn right, and it's one of those houses that the teacher lives in. So this has nothing to do with it.
I want to cover too much for that here. Switching gears briefly for a second, how was Fotis and Jennifer's relationship?
Okay, I never met her. I have
You never met
never-
Jennifer?
The only time I've seen her in my life was like a year ago. Fotis had supervised visitation, and they let him, the judge let him take the kids to the pond where we usually ski. Obviously, I couldn't be there. Everybody's in Argentina in every summer. She goes from June to September. So Fotis calls me and says, "Don't come yet because the kids haven't left." So I park outside the A1,
Self-storage?
the pond. No, when the entrance to the pond.
Right, it's right by
Like
his
a
house,
gravel.
right by Hutch's.
Yes, it's a gravel. I know what I didn't tell you. That I went to the pond on Friday to see if I could ski, and there was no one. And then I came back. I mean, I went, I didn't see anyone.
When did you go?
Okay, I think it was after. We wrote it down.
I'll show you a picture on my phone. Okay. Okay. Is that you, Michelle? Is that Fotis?
Yes,
Okay.
that's
Do
me.
you know what you're doing there?
Yes, I'm cleaning my face
What are you cleaning the ground for?
because I put my gum and I threw it and it was sticky.
Fotis comes and takes something from you, and he throws it in the sewer. What was that? We see it on the video.
But he doesn't take anything.
No, he does, because we see it happen. And we have it, and we retrieved what's from sewer. So I'm just gonna tell you right now, starting from the morning, there's some stuff that we know that you're not being honest about. Okay, so let's just cooperation and telling the truth is what we're talking about here, okay? And seriously, you know, some of the stuff we talked about before we started Francesca, some stuff that was located at the scene. So some of the stuff you're telling us about Fotis in the morning, I don't believe to be true. Okay, and then I'm gonna find another picture that I'm gonna show you right now. All right, this man said it. So after you throw out the garbage, this gentleman comes up to the garbage can and pulls that out. What does that look like to you?
I'm back.
What's the red stuff?
I'm blood.
It's blood. That's Jennifer's blood. And that's a pillow from her garage that's missing. So you need to start being honest with us.
No, I don't know anything about that.
About where Fotis was in the morning.
I'll pause the video at 15:56:37. Detective Kimball, you heard Detective Clabby speaking with the defendant just now on video, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was he showing her on his phone
Sure. Two things, which,
the second time?
okay, the second thing, what he was showing was a screenshot from C4 surveillance of a gentleman holding up an object which appeared to have a red stain on it that he had extracted or taken out of a garbage can on Albany Avenue.
Detective Clabby indicated that was a pillow from Jennifer's garage. Did you ever verify that?
We did not.
That was never recovered, correct?
Correct.
And similarly, that Jennifer's blood was on it, that was also never verified, correct?
That is correct.
Would this be an example of a ruse, detective?
It would be, yes.
Continue on.
Well, this is probably a good time for a natural break. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch and recess until 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
A natural break as opposed to an unnatural one. Let's see how much. Okay, we are 15 minutes behind being current, so let's.
All right.
We'll stand in our recess until 2.
Okay, so it's going to be a shorter break. Well, I guess not, because I'm looking at it as the fact that I started late this morning. I just needed an extra hour of sleep. Okay, I found a curious story from France. It says French mother sentenced to prison after leaving child to live alone for 2 years. It's at Nursac, France. A mother in France was sentenced to 18 months in prison last week for abandoning her 9-year-old child, according to CNN affiliate BFM TV. BFM TV reported that the boy had been left to live alone in the family's apartment in the town of Nursac in the Charente region for 2 years, from 2020 to 2022. The boy appeared to have survived on canned goods and stolen tomatoes, according to BFM TV. According to, the child's mother lived with her partner in another apartment 3.1 miles away and would only visit the child from time to time, the outlet reported. Nursac Mayor Barbara Couturier said that the child often would not have hot water or heating, BFM TV reported. Nevertheless, he continued attending school during this time and was a good student, Couturier said. Couturier said she alerted the local and national police about the situation after the mother asked social services to help buy food. I met his mom in May 2022. She came to tell us that she had financial problems and gave her 4 vouchers for food, but she took some processed food products instead, so that got me suspicious. Some residents told me that there was a child living alone, so I connected the 2 things, and I called the local police and the national police, Couturier explained. Couturier said the child had been under the care of social services since September 19th, 2022. So it's not just here in the States that we get terrible parents like that. So I missed that, Kat. The audio makes it hard to get some details sometimes. Let's look here. Let's check in on if there is a verdict yet over in the treehouse trial. Okay, they're on verdict watch. Let's see how long they've been deliberating. Okay, nothing there. There is let's take a look at Jennifer Crumbly's trial for I'm not sure exactly what they're trying them for. Whether they're trying them with murder or if it's just complicity. Let's see. Jennifer Crumbly, mother of Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbly is being charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter after her son killed 4 of his classmates and injured several other people during the 2021 shooting. The parents are being accused of buying the gun that their son used for the shooting, and Ethan Crumbly is facing life behind bars. So let's take a look. We seem to be on a break, but maybe we'll go and listen to the opening statement. Let's check this out.
Yeah, or we can do it later. I just was.
Yeah, it's up to you. I just wanted to know where we are on the record. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's the only objections when Karen said, I can prove this. I objected to it, or moved down from it, but I just need to put it on the record. And I don't care if we do that later. I just need to make sure we do it. This one's so good.
Did you guys test this stuff out?
Yes.
Is it all working?
Yes.
Okay, that's the second miracle today.
Yes. Okay, these are just new exhibits that we're adding on. 418. Elena, can you write these exhibits down? Yeah, no, go back to the last page of it. Yeah, just list them down. It's photographs. December 4th, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, this is going to be CD first. Yeah. Oh, they entered the line. Oh, okay. So that's CD. I just put that down. Yeah. They've already got their names. And we need them. Okay. Let's grab your chair.
Your Honor, calling People versus Jennifer Crumbly, case number 222799990FH.
Good morning, Your Honor. Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you. Mark Keese on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbly, who stands to my right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sean Godwin, P74500 for Jennifer Crumbly.
Good morning. All 17 jurors are here. We're going to bring them in. I'm going to swear them in. I wanted to mention to you that having a bench conference isn't as convenient as it may have been in the past. Media has indicated that I should ask them to cut the microphones at a time when we do a bench conference, but I also want to know that, want to note that 16 and 17 are kind of up in my grill here. So it's difficult to have a bench conference. We might have to step into the hallway or do something, but I think that the 2 jurors who are sitting right here are able to hear what's said, so keep that in mind. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else you wanted to make a record?
Your Honor, I just wanted to make a very fast record that yesterday during jury selection, I made an objection when Ms. McDonald stated she can prove this case. The court ended up instructing Ms. McDonald to move out and ask a question about if they would hold her to her burden. I just wanted to place that objection on the record. I
don't recall specifically what was said, but obviously the record speaks for itself. I was intent on moving on, asking questions. So I don't remember exactly what was said on the record.
Thank you, Judge. It was made in the course of jury selection's conversation with the jurors, and prosecutor can't prove the case, and why are we here to begin with? But this court did instruct the jurors appropriately. I believe jury selection process was conducted in accordance with all court rules and statutes.
All right.
I have one brief thing.
Okay.
It's come to our attention that one individual who was subpoenaed as a witness is in court today. I asked for a mutual sequestration of all witnesses except for the officers in charge of the investigation.
I have no knowledge of who that is.
Well, I certainly don't either. There's a mutual sequestration order, correct?
Yeah, there is. Who's
Okay.
the-
Megan Mirowitz.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't even know who Megan Mirowitz is, but she's gonna have to step out. Oh,
Well, I certainly don't know who that is.
Miss, you have to step out because you've been
Is she-
subpoenaed.
Is she on somebody's witnesses?
She's on, yeah,
On your witnesses?
and they've subpoenaed her, so, okay.
All right. Yeah, anyone who's a witness can't remain. There's a sequestration order. I want to caution everyone sitting here to be as quiet as possible, as respectful as possible, as unemotional as possible. I can see you all from up here, but I don't want anybody to be eating or drinking. Additionally, with the exception of the media, who is allowed to take pictures with their cell phone, I don't want anyone to have their cell phone out. But I expect poker faces from the audience. All right. All right.
So the court is where there are parents of the deceased in the courtroom.
I understand.
And going back to Mr. Mirowitz, she's the defendant's friend. She's subpoenaed because of statements made. We didn't ask her to be here for jury selection. In fact, we told her she didn't have to come until call.
Okay.
She was not invited by the prosecutor's
A
office.
general statement about people trying to, I don't want people wearing their heart on their sleeve. I know it's hard to do, but it impacts the jury. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not in charge of witnesses. You guys are in charge of your witnesses, and there is a mutual sequestration order. So if a witness were to sit through part of the trial, they may easily not be permitted to testify. So, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We agree. I didn't realize she was back there, so.
Yeah, no, I understand, and you may not have ever seen or met some of your witnesses. So I understand that. Are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, it looks like they have a verdict over in the treehouse trial. So let's go over to that. It looks like it just ended. When I checked, they had the seal after they finished, and I thought it was still deliberating. So let's take a look.
It's the old instructions. Well, my book, the instruction coincided with what your initial proposal was.
Sounds like instructions, not the verdict. Let's speed it up.
Yeah, Judge, our book as well, but I mean, that's the book not reflecting the December treatment. So Mr. Tucker has a copy here? Not yet, but I'm sure. I'm going to give it to him right now, Your Honor. Is this right here? That's right. Thank you, man. No, I like the top one.
I think it's the verdict. Looks like they had closing arguments today. I thought they had that yesterday.
So most of these are going to be identical to what we reviewed previously with some of the cosmetic changes and
Okay, so
changes, and apparently the only big change is the new principal instruction.
Well, the principal, and I remember I omitted Agasol.
Okay, I'm confused because the stream is ended. Let me double check this here. Let me double check that I don't have the wrong day here. Because this says, yeah, this looks funny. Okay, I saw something about the verdict watch, so let's investigate this. Oh, it says they're on verdict watch, so that was yesterday's that I started playing. So let's just check in. Okay, it says the jury's been deliberating for 2 hours and 50 minutes. Over there. Okay, so let's go back to the Jennifer Crumbly. I'm surprised they're not trying the parents together. Okay, here we go.
I know. Okay, listen. Hold on. Okay, this one you need to know. I know. Okay. I know all of this stuff. Okay, but listen. I've been here for 2 years. I know the lines inside and out. I know the lines inside and out. Okay, and it's when the judge is saying the emotional thing, you've got to watch it too, okay? You look great. You're gonna be fine, okay?
All rise for the jury.
You've got water, you've got cheese, you can go to it.
Good morning. Thank you for being prompt. You may be seated. I'm going to, I know you noticed that the media is here today. I want to reiterate that they will not be taking your picture, videotaping you, and they do not have your names. I also want to tell you that I'm going to be reading instructions to you, and you're going to get a written copy of the instructions, so don't try to write down what I'm going to say, all right? Members of the jury, you've been chosen to decide a criminal charge made by the state of Michigan against one of your fellow citizens. I'm going to ask you to swear to perform your duty to try the case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try the case justly and reach a true verdict. Could you stand and raise your right hand? Here is your oath. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in this action now before the court, you will justly decide the questions submitted to you, that unless you're discharged by the court from further deliberation, you will render a true verdict, and you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced in accordance with the instructions of the court, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. You'll be given a written copy of these instructions that I'm going to read to you, and you'll be able to refer to them at the end of the trial. Since no one can predict the course of a trial, these instructions may change at the end of the trial. At the close of the trial, I'll provide you with a copy of my final instructions for your use during your deliberation. I'm going to explain some of the legal principles you'll need to know, and the procedure will follow in this trial. The defendant is charged in counts 1 through 4 with involuntary manslaughter. The prosecutor has alleged 2 separate theories of defendant's guilt, which may be established under either or both of the 2 theories. The first theory of involuntary manslaughter is doing a grossly negligent act causing death. To prove this charge under the first theory, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, in count 1, that the defendant caused the death of Madison Baldwin. In count 2, the defendant caused the death of Tate Meyer. In count 3, the defendant caused the death of Hannah St. Juliana. And in count 4, the defendant caused the death of Justin Schilling. That is, that Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling died as a result of storing a firearm and its ammunition so as to allow access to the firearm and ammunition by her minor child. There may be more than one cause of death. It's not enough that the Defendant's Act made it possible for the death to occur. In order to find that the deaths of Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling were caused by the defendant, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of the Defendant's Act. Second, in doing that, the act that caused Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling's death, the defendant acted in a grossly negligent manner. Gross negligence means more than carelessness. It means willfully disregarding results to others that might follow from an act or failure to act. In order to find that the defendant was grossly negligent, you must find each of the following 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant knew of the danger to another. That is, she knew there was a situation that required her to take ordinary care to avoid injuring another. Second, that the defendant could have avoided injuring another by using ordinary care. Third, that the defendant failed to use ordinary care to prevent injuring another when, to a reasonable person, it must have been apparent that the result was likely to be serious injury. As previously noted, the prosecutor has alleged 2 separate theories of defendant's guilt. The second theory is gross negligence in failing to perform a legal duty. In the second theory, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant had a legal duty to Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling. The legal duty charged here is one imposed by law. In Michigan, a parent has a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to prevent their minor child from intentionally harming others or prevent the minor child from so conducting themselves in a way that creates an unreasonable risk of harm to others if the parent knows that they have the ability to control their minor child and knows of the necessity and opportunity for exercising such control. Second, that the defendant knew of the facts that gave rise to the duty. Third, that the defendant willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty, and her failure to perform it was grossly negligent to human life. Fourth, that the death of Madison Baldwin as to count 1, Tate Meyer as to count 2, Hannah St. Juliana as to count 3, and Justin Schilling as to count 4 were directly caused by defendant's failure to perform this duty. That is, that Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling died as a result of defendant's failure to exercise reasonable care to control her minor child so as to prevent him from intentionally harming others or from so conducting himself so as to create an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others, knowing that she has the ability to control her child, knowing of the necessity and opportunity to do so. There may be more than one cause of death. It's not enough that the Defendant's Act made it possible for the death to occur. In order to find that the deaths of Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling were caused by the defendant, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of the Defendant's Act. With respect to the alternative theories, it's not necessary that you all agree on which theory has been proven, as long as you all agree that the prosecutor has proved at least one of those theories beyond a reasonable doubt. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It's not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement where they give their theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but she may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes theirs, or she may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor presents evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyer has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all of their evidence, the defendant's attorney may also offer evidence, but does not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove her innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call any witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like the opening statements, they are not evidence. They're only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony, and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on the witness's disability, race, national origin or ethnicity, gender identity or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There's no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Well, was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does a witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth? Or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the other evidence in the case? When it's time for you to decide the case, you're only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may have not been fully explored. I usually assume that if I don't understand something that a witness is saying, that one of the jurors might be sharing that confusion. So if you can't hear something that is being said or presented, or if you can't see or hear a witness, please raise your hand immediately, all right? During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I'll rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinions about the facts of the case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you're in the jury room, I might have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Pay attention, do not pay attention to those interruptions. You must not discuss the case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it's time for you to decide the case, I'll send you to the jury room for that purpose. You're in 2 different jury rooms right now, but you'll obviously be in one jury room when there's 12 of you deliberating. When it's time for you to decide the case, I'll send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case amongst yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all the jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to the case. You might see one of the lawyers in the hallway and they won't even say good morning to you. There's a reason for that. This means that you may not speak to these individuals, even if it has nothing to do with this case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you are a juror and you're not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave. Report the incident to court staff as soon as you return to court. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. Please wear your badges the entire time you're in the courthouse. All right? During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you must consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it's crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. Under the law, the evidence you must consider has to meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom doesn't have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side or another. These restrictions start now and continue until I discharge you from jury service. It's your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, the radio, the internet, or on social media platforms. You also must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, cellular phones, computers, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it's necessary for you to view the scene, the court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information about the case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you're not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or any other matter. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, please report it to my staff immediately. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but of course you don't have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it doesn't distract you from paying attention to all the evidence. Sometimes people are taking notes and they don't hear the next question and answer. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. You must give them to my clerk when you leave each evening. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. At this point, I always like to tell jurors it's possible to replay a witness's testimony. upon your request. We have our IT department come up, we're a videotape courtroom. So the witness's testimony is being videotaped. I'd like to tell you this caveat. You would be required to hear the entire witness's testimony, not just the portion of interest. You can't like all fast forward to a certain part and all yell, aha. Okay, it's the only way it's fair to both sides. If you rehear a witness's testimony, you have to hear the entire thing, right? There is more than one defendant involved in this matter. You should consider only the evidence presented in this defendant's trial. Each is entitled to have his or her case decided on the evidence and the law that applies to him or her. You can see that we've chosen a jury of 17. After you've heard all the evidence in my instructions, we'll draw lots to decide which of you will be dismissed to form a jury of 12. Okay, there's 17 of you because life happens, all right? But I did order you all last night to stay healthy, so I hope you're gonna follow that order. All right. Possible penalty should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is my duty to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. I'll definitely be giving you more instructions during the trial. After all the evidence has been presented, you'll hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I'll give you additional instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken all together, they are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you'll go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means each juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It's important for you to maintain an open mind and not make a decision about anything in this case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. I think, did everyone fill out a menu for lunch this morning? I guess I didn't ask my staff whether there were any special dietary needs. Those could be accommodated by tomorrow, but maybe not today. So everybody filled that out. All right. Okay, so now we're going to hear openings. And as I said earlier, openings are not evidence. They're how each side sees the case. Okay? Question?
Good morning, everybody. I want to introduce you to Anna St. Juliana, Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, and Justin Schilling. They died on November the 30th of 2021. They weren't in a car crash. They weren't sick. They were murdered in an act of terror committed by Jennifer Crumbley's 15-year-old son. Jennifer Crumbley didn't pull the trigger that day, but she is responsible for those deaths. These kids were gunned down inside Oxford High School with this gun. It's a 6-hour, 9mm handgun, purchased 4 days before the shooting by James Crumbley, Jennifer's husband and father of the school shooter. This was a purchase celebrated by Jennifer on Instagram. These are her words. This is her post. Mom and Sunday testing out his new Christmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye. The evidence will prove that by the time this gun was bought, the school shooter was in a downward spiral that had begun months before. The evidence will also show you that Jennifer Crumbley was aware of that. Despite her knowledge of his deteriorating mental crisis, despite her knowledge of his growing social isolation, despite the fact that it is illegal for a 15-year-old to walk into a gun store and walk out with a handgun by himself, this gun was gifted. You will also learn that despite all of that background, this firearm was not secured in a way to prevent her son from gaining access to it. The evidence will also prove to you that even with all of that, on November the 30th, Jennifer Crumbley was still given the opportunity to prevent these murders from ever happening. Instead, she chose to do nothing. This drawing, this math worksheet, was sent to her November the 30th, 2021 at 9:30 in the morning. That's more than 3 hours before the first shot was fired. These writings, that drawing, created by her son. She was sent this by her son's school counselor when he requested an immediate meeting with her at the school that day. He requested that meeting because this drawing, those words suggest both weapon and injury, even to someone with only limited knowledge of the shooter. Apparently, that raised an alarm with Jennifer Crumbley because she did go to the meeting with her husband, but before she did, she privately communicated her own concern with her husband. This will be admitted in evidence throughout the trial. This is a portion of a Facebook Messenger thread from Jennifer to James Crumbley. Jennifer, words in blue. Emergency, November 30th, 2021, 9:35 a.m. Then she sent the picture to James. His response, my God, WTF. And then he wrote back about the vet. He was at their barn, worried about their horse. Jennifer's response, he said he was distraught about last night. And then, I'm very concerned, headed to his school. That's at 10:12 a.m. Yet despite their private concerns, the evidence presented in this trial will show to you that that meeting at the school was nothing like that school counselor or the dean of students who sat in on a meeting had ever experienced before. Those two individuals, even with their limited knowledge of that drawing, had expected the defendant or her husband to take their son home and set an appointment with the mental health professional. But they didn't. You see, you will learn that these kind of meetings, when they occur with parents, can last an hour or longer. This one was abruptly ended by Jennifer Crumbley after just over 11 minutes. And then she left. You see, this drawing alarmed everyone who saw it, including those who only knew the Crumbleys in limited settings, or even to those who had never met their son before. The two people in the world with all of the information, all of the background, to put this drawing into context were James and Jennifer Crumbley. And you will learn that in that meeting, they didn't share any of it. They didn't say anything about the fact that that firearm was identical to the 6-hour 9mm, identical. They didn't mention how that gun was stored. They didn't mention anything about his increased mental distress. You'll learn that after the meeting, when they left, they didn't embrace him. You'll learn that their home is just down the road from the Oxford High School. They didn't stop by the house to look for the gun. You'll learn never once did they ask their son, where's the gun? They did nothing. They didn't do any number of tragically small and easy things that would have prevented all of this from happening. One thing will present itself during this trial is just how senseless November 30th was. And that's because of all of the easy, ordinary things for someone to do that nobody did. What I just outlined to you is a snapshot of the evidence that will be presented in this case. You will hear the facts and the evidence from the witnesses. You'll hear from between 20 and 25 of those witnesses. You're going to see over 400 exhibits. You're going to hear from witnesses who were in law enforcement. You're going to hear from individuals who work for Oxford High School. You're going to hear from people who knew Jennifer Crumbly in social situations and those who worked with Jennifer Crumbly. You're going to hear from victims in this case as well, those who were inside the school November the 30th. You're going to learn a little bit about the scope of the investigation. You'll learn that during this trial, the defendant's cell phone, her husband's cell phone, and their son's cell phone were seized. They were all forensically analyzed. Through all of that data received, in addition to data obtained through cell phone towers, social media search warrants, through information received through banking records, GPS pings, from gun ranges, all this information we presented to you, and you'll be able to obtain a digital footprint of the Crumbly family. And you'll get an idea, you'll get a view into the Crumbly life in the days, the weeks, the months preceding the shooting. You're also going to learn a little bit about the aftermath of the shooting. Specifically, you're going to see a pattern emerge in Jennifer Crumbly after the shooting on November 30th. That pattern will include and show you that she immediately began to downplay and downright lie about her level of knowledge of her son and that weapon in that drawing on November the 30th. This pattern will continue up until the time that she and her husband are found hiding from the police in Detroit. This pattern will show you that her first instinct was to lie, her second was to run. Now, the evidence will show you that she didn't pull the trigger, but she's responsible. But there is no claim that she gifted that firearm to her son knowing he was going to commit the attack. There's no claim that she wanted him to commit the attack. So how can she be held responsible when her son pulled the trigger? And the answer is, she's not charged with murder. She's charged with involuntary manslaughter. You see, murder it's an intentional killing. Involuntary manslaughter, by definition, is unintentional. It's rooted in negligence. You've heard Judge Matthews tell you that every crime is made up of something called elements. This is no exception. You're going to learn that involuntary manslaughter is committed when someone's acts or their failures to act or their failures to perform their legal duty were grossly negligent, and that gross negligence was a cause of death. A cause of death, not the cause of death. And that's very important because, as you've heard, and you'll hear it again and again in this trial, that in a case such as this, when somebody else was a cause of death, the person who was grossly negligent can and still will be held responsible as if the person who pulled the trigger, if the shooter in this case, his act was reasonably foreseeable to the defendant. To the defendant, specific to her, not to everybody else in the world, not to a stranger, not to a teacher, but to his mother, one of the two people in the world who raised him, who lived with him for 15 years, one of the two people in the world who had all the information necessary to put that drawing into context. So what's gross negligence? You will learn that it is a willful disregard of danger. Gross negligence is when you could use ordinary care, just ordinary care, to avoid a known danger, and you don't, even though it is apparent that serious injury could occur. And that's what this case is about. It's about Jennifer Crumbly's willful disregard of the danger that she knew of. That's why we're here. We're not here to talk about good parenting or bad parenting. It's not illegal to be a bad parent. We're not here to put restrictions on gun owners. That's not our job. That's not your job. That's for lawmakers. We're not here to talk about who else might be culpable or who else you think shares some blame. You will learn about the media on November the 30th. You may not like the fact that neither the school counselor nor the dean of students searched school shooter's backpack. That's okay. That's okay. Because that does not mitigate Jennifer Crumbly's culpability. You're going to learn a whole lot about James Crumbly and their son. But James, he's not on trial today. He has another trial in front of another jury. Their son, his case is over. He's already been charged and convicted and sentenced for terrorism causing death, the first-degree murder. Today is Jennifer's turn to stand trial, and you will evaluate the evidence as it pertains to her and her only. We're here because when Jennifer looked at this drawing, she didn't look at it the way a stranger would. When she looked at this drawing, she looked at it knowing the context and the origin. And when someone with that kind of information looks at this, the unimaginable becomes predictable. It becomes reasonably foreseeable. That's why, even though she didn't pull the trigger on November the 30th, she's responsible for those deaths. I ask that during this trial, you listen to the testimony, you review the evidence, and you follow the law. If you do that, you will undoubtedly reach a fair and just verdict. If you do that, you will find this defendant guilty as charged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keys. Ms. Smith, would you like to make an opening?
I would, thank you. Your Honor, is it okay if I just move this?
Oh, you can move it anywhere you want. There's a lot of stuff. There's cords and stuff, so.
I'm sorry,
don't
Sean,
trip.
can you just help me? I'm gonna pull it just forward,
Watch this blue cord right here.
and I'm gonna keep it to the side because I don't need it.
Okay,
I just have a few notes. on it.
sure, good.
What's wrong? Sorry, Judge, just trying to get
You're good.
this. Okay. Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
On my way to court today, I blasted Taylor Swift to warm up my voice and calm my nerves. And there was a line in one of her songs that summarized what this case is about. Band-Aids don't stop bullet holes. And that's what this case is about. It's about the prosecution attempting to put a Band-Aid on problems that can't be fixed with a Band-Aid. The prosecution has charged Jennifer Crumbley with involuntary manslaughter in an effort to make the community feel better, in an effort to make people feel like someone is being held responsible, in an effort to send a message to gun owners. And none of those problems will be solved by charging Jennifer Crumbley with involuntary manslaughter. It's the same effect as when your child comes to you with a boo-boo and you give them a Band-Aid that they put on that doesn't take away the pain and can't undo what's happened to them. And in this case, a Band-Aid will never bring back the lives that were lost by Hannah, Justin, Tate, and Madison Baldwin. And the evidence in this case is absolutely horrific. Much of the evidence is going to make you sick and disgusted and scare you, traumatize you, and quite frankly, there's no reason the evidence needs to be shown. Mrs. Crumbley, myself, everyone in this courtroom agrees that on November 30th, 2021, the worst possible thing happened when Ethan Crumbley used a gun and terrorized the Oxford High School. So as you are watching the evidence, I ask you to keep in mind that much of what the prosecution is going to show you is going to alarm you and disgust you and be horrifically sad and tragic. But that evidence is about about the shooter. And in this case, we have agreed to call Jennifer Crumbly's son the shooter because he is the shooter and he is the one, as you will see from the evidence, who was responsible for the tragedy that unfolded on November 30th of 2021. Prior to November 30th, Jennifer Crumbly was the mother to a 15-year-old son, and she did not have it on her radar in any way that there was any mental disturbance, that her son would ever take a gun into a school, that her son would ever shoot people. The evidence at trial is going to show you that Jennifer Crumbly did the best she could as a mother to a child who grew up into a teenager and had no way to know what was going to happen. Jennifer Crumbly raised a son that she took to soccer practice, basketball, bowling. She's the kind of mother who, when a mole on his back changed color, a 1 millimeter mole, she took him to urgent care. She's the kind of mother who's texting her husband, who is at home, working from home. Where is Ethan? Where is Ethan? Where is Ethan? At 3:14 in the afternoon, getting texts back saying, Ethan gets home at 3:16, what's your problem? And she keeps texting, where is he? Where is he? You will see that if anything, Jennifer Crumbly was a hyper-vigilant mother who cared more about her son than anything in the world. Jennifer Crumbly is not a perfect parent, and we don't claim that she is. But what the evidence is going to show in this case is that the prosecution has very selectively pulled out slivers of evidence from a forest of trees to try to convince you that there was something wrong with Ethan and Jennifer Crumbly, as his mom, should have known. And at the end of the day, these slivers of evidence that are going to be presented to you will have no context and no explanation, and the defense will agree that on their face, it looks bad. But like any of you who look back at text messages sent a year ago, they may look bad without context and explanation. And so we would ask that you reserve any judgment on these slivers of evidence until the defense presents evidence itself, and we will be presenting evidence in this case to show the context and what was truly happening on these days that the prosecution is going to try to make you believe something more was happened. By way of example, the prosecution has one day where they claim Ethan needed help and Jennifer Crumbly was out with her horse. James Crumbly was with her at the barn. They had just gotten a new horse. Ethan is 15 years old at home, claiming there's a demon in the house, there's something going on, and the prosecution is going to try to use this one little point in time to convince you that Jennifer Crumbly was somehow neglecting her son. Much of the evidence in this trial is also going to center around James Crumbly, who is not on trial in this case. He has a separate trial, as Mr. Keys told you. You're going to hear evidence that James Crumbly and Ethan Crumbly liked guns. They had 3 guns, 2 guns that were purchased earlier in 2021, and a gun that was purchased at a Black Friday sale the day after Thanksgiving in 2021. You are going to hear evidence that James and Ethan went to the shooting range often, that James was responsible for storing the guns, and to be quite frank, Jennifer Crumbly didn't know anything about guns. Jennifer Crumbly, you will hear evidence, she went to the shooting range one time with James and the shooter. And she went a second time after the gun was bought. She was attempting to find a way to spend time with her son, who had just lost a dog, his friend had moved away from him. She's trying to find a way to connect to him. But on that day, when Jennifer Crumbly went to the shooting range, you will hear evidence that she didn't even know where the gun was or how to put it in the car. She had her husband prepare the gun to take it to the range. He had hid the gun in the bedroom of their home. The gun had a cable lock, a trigger lock in place. James.
Okay, it looks like we are back. Things lag, so we're just a few minutes behind over here. We'll come back to the opening statements later. So here we go.
We can bring the jury in, please. Detective Kimball, you may be seated.
Yes, sir.
Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
Your Honor, where we left off was 1556-38. We were able to get it to 1556-39. Is that right? We presume playing from there?
Probably going to be no claim for the 1 second.
Or we could just
Or what could happen is, if there is a claim, we'll just go back before 1556-39.
We'll just go back 10 seconds, Judge. And we'll resume playing it at 1556-29.
Being honest with us. No. Where Fotis was in the morning, okay?
Okay.
Your life with Fotis is over. Okay? I want you from this point forward, your life with Fotis is over. It's done. You need to think about your daughter.
No, yes.
Okay? This is your time. You're definitely not being fully honest with us, and I want you to be fully honest with us, because there's no way he's home, because he had never been in that home. And we found there through science. Okay? So.
Okay, but what do you want? No, yeah, what do you want to know about the morning?
We want to know where was Fotis home? Or if he was home, what period of time was he not home? You need to tell us the truth. Or were you with him somewhere?
No, I wasn't. I mean, I have all my morning, I had doing things that it's completely proven because I have photos, I have texts.
We believe you, okay? We don't believe that. As we told you from the get-go, we're not lying to you. And we believe that you were going to drag down a certain path, okay?
So he used me.
Isn't that what Fotis does? He was with somebody else and met Jennifer and moved on. He was with Jennifer and met you and moved on. It's a pattern, correct? Do you see what's happening here? Do you think that was not going to happen to you? We know Fotis. We looked into Fotis. Here we are. If Fotis was not home in the morning, which I know he wasn't, you know, your attorney even knows based on what we told Fotis was not home.
So maybe he wasn't.
No, you know if he wasn't, you need to tell us the truth. Because this is very important. The stuff you were throwing out, we have. That's all Jennifer. It belongs to Jennifer. Do you understand? You need to help these people, these children, who will never have their mother again. Okay? We need to find where she was, and if you know anything more.
No.
I'm not trying to pressure you, and I'm not trying to turn the tables on you. I'm just telling you that some of the things you've told us, they're not right. A lot of the stuff you've told us is very true, and I believe that you're telling us a lot of the truth. If you're trying to protect him.
No, I don't want to protect him.
Fotis wasn't home. Did he tell you he was going somewhere Friday morning?
No. I mean, I always believe that he's in the office because that's where usually he is, in the office.
So can you say 100% that he was home in the morning? Yes or no?
Well, no, I don't know.
You didn't wake up in the same bed?
No, but
You slept with your daughter?
I slept with my daughter.
And your daughter definitely wasn't gonna be home, because how long in advance did you know that she was gonna be at school till 7 p.m.?
No, until 9:15.
And 9:15, but you knew it prior to. Do you know it was in the FedEx thing that he threw into the sewer?
What?
Do you have it? So he did throw something in the
I
sewer.
remember handing something for us, they from the sewer.
There was a FedEx paper.
How did you hand that to him?
You're on video, you're on video, so this
I
is
know,
the
I'm
truth.
trying
Okay.
not to think. I don't think I had anything, but I do remember.
You're not sure whether you had Xbox, like Baylor?
Yeah, because he has that in the office. He has all the FedEx. He sends every time things.
Did you ever look to see what was in there? Okay, I'm gonna tell you what was in there. Okay. You used to have a 2007 Chevy Suburban Fotis that colored black, right?
Sorry?
Fotis used to have a Chevy Suburban that was a 2007 model. No, you ever heard of that? You may not know that? Okay, he did. It had Connecticut license plates. Plates that we found were in that FedEx thing dropped in the sewer. The plates were changed and doctored. So if the police saw them, they didn't read anything. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that what happened to Jennifer didn't just happen. Jennifer, it was planned. I calculated. Fotis is a plan. You calculated me, I see now. Am I wrong?
No, I guess I don't know.
You know you.
I know, but how do you know that
I'm not
his
saying-
license plates like this?
No, we're not saying that. Just trying to how he is. How he is. He's very calculated, yes.
Yeah, I know.
Smart, right?
Yes,
Does any of this surprise you?
yes.
Yes.
What surprises you?
But like, when you say Chevy the Suburban, he did have a Suburban before.
Is that what surprised you, or is what surprised you what you're learning that he did to Jennifer?
Yes, I mean,
That
everything,
surprises you?
everything.
Okay, is there anywhere that you know? Alright, so basically, here's the fact. Fotis killed Jennifer. Okay, this is the fact. We know this. We need to find Jennifer. Is there anywhere that
Did you look in the house?
we're at your house?
And?
Listen, just answer his question, okay?
Is there anywhere that you can think of, other than your properties, that Fotis goes to, where Jennifer is?
He has property in 585,
Deerfield?
Fairfield.
No,
That it's a house that I told you that the mom used to live. 80 Mountain,
we have that.
84, 88,
We know about that.
those blocks.
What about places that we might not know about? Fotis has set up a plan to make Jennifer.
There's the one property that these are 3 lots right before it has his signs in Mountain Spring. I walked that with him and the guy that bought it actually. This was like
Just, you know,
2 weeks ago or.
is there any other places that aren't listed on the website that are under development that you can think of? Dizzy Heights or whatever? We know he's a lot more steep.
Yes, in the pond.
We know about the pond. We know about the pond. Okay, and self-storage and Avon and the property behind. So you understand, you know, I'm not trying to say that these are the facts. Okay, he will lie and deny this. He's gonna lie and deny this if you ever speak to him again, but there's overwhelming evidence. Okay, and there's evidence that's proof. Fotis has never been in Jennifer's house, we have confirmed that.
He did though, but I don't know if he was inside.
He's never been inside, according to the people with the party.
Which one?
Okay, what were we gonna say? He did what?
On Saturday, that he spoke with his lawyer, or Sunday, with Jacob. Jacob said, you have to do a timeline of what and he was his speaker. You have to do a timeline of what happened that Wednesday. Because if you were inside that house, you can be like in trouble, something like that.
This is Yakov. I record.
The what?
Yeah, okay.
And so Fotis started talking, he said, okay, but tell me. So Fotis said, Jennifer bought a basketball.
Yes,
They
there
control.
was one.
And she said, which this is very weird. For the 2 years that they've been fighting in court,
Yes.
they were not talking, they were not texting privately, everything was to a family, whatever.
Yeah, go through it.
And emails, but copied through their lawyers. From what I understood, they never had communication, they would never talk without these tools. It did surprise me that after that report came out, that I haven't seen, but that Fotis told me about, that Jennifer changed. They started talking over the phone. They talked like 2-3 times. That I was upset because I'm like, be careful. I mean, if the report is good for you, let the judge decide, because now everything is like favorable to you. And she's like, no, I think she gets it, I think she understands that the lawyer is trying to get money out of her and extending the case, anyway. And I was upset, I'm like, no, she's maybe playing something to manipulate the situation because she doesn't know how to set this.
Let's try to go back. Did you go to a psychologist to talk after that?
Yes.
This is just, I think it's important. We can.
With him.
Okay, just tell him. But you did. You went to a psychologist, right?
I said I want to talk to a professional because if she really has borderline personality disorders, plus depression, plus a mild something of anorexia, and she's taking pills, this is a better person that it can be harmful, and she's gonna try to manipulate. And I want to know what's gonna be my condition, being around her for the rest of my life, and with the kids, if you get them, or if you guys, I was concerned. So he called Humphrey. We made an appointment, and we met. So this is like 2 weeks ago. Like before Friday, when the report pretty much came out, which I don't remember. We went to Humphrey. I wrote in a paper what borderline personality was, what are the traits of like fear, abandonment, the low self-esteem, but whatever. I wrote them pretty much by memory. I wrote in another paper, that paper it should be in the house. I gave it to him, so he read it. I write in another paper, like red flags about Jennifer that Fotis has told me in the past.
You're getting this information from Fotis?
Yeah, well, like she changed her name 3 times. I mean, that she ran away to Austin and changed her name to get money from the family.
So you went to the psychologist?
Yes, and I was upset. I was very upset. Humphrey, after we read like 67 things that I wrote, he said, listen, we have to wait what the court says, what's going to happen. It's all favorable, whatever, to you, but we don't know what's going to happen. Apparently, they were all talking that now they're worried, concerned about the kids being with Jennifer, that it should be okay to hold this custody. I don't know what the legal.
Fotis wanted custody, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Can I direct you back?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? And then I want you to talk more about where on 80 Mountain Spring is Jennifer located?
What?
Where is Jennifer on 80 Mountain? Like where would Fotis have put her? You're talking about the properties on Mountain Spring Road.
Yes.
Where is her body on the property? I don't know. Tell us all you can about the property at 80 Mountain.
Well, the property, he rebuilt it, he didn't know, I know it pretty well the house because I've been going in that house for already a year since he started building reconstruction. It has a lot of green in the around. It used to have a tennis court, it got on it, it's grass now.
It's grass now, when did that happen?
The tennis court?
Yeah.
No, when they were doing the painting before, like, I don't know.
Has anything new happened since this began? Construction?
No, I know he goes every now and then and he puts the ribbons so people don't drive in the grass. I know about a month ago, maybe they fixed some part of the grass with the company that put the grass.
Okay.
I don't know what else to tell you.
So there's nothing new in the last week that you're aware of?
No, because I haven't even known that Stefan, the realtor, has been doing open houses on Sundays. I think Fotis went there one Sunday, the last Sunday.
Okay. But that's the property that Fotis and Farber were on? That you were on?
Yes.
Friday?
Yes. And it's not this, this is an old picture.
Well, it's an old picture. I want to make sure we're talking about the same. I want to make sure. What about the other lots? You said there's the lots that have been subdivided?
Of this one?
Yes.
Yes. And he has 2 signs. He already sold 88 to the Pavlonis.
Okay. Has anything changed on those lots that you're aware of? Has there been, is it just a vacant lot with no building?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just woods?
No, it's open.
It's open?
It has like the house in front has 1 street.
Okay.
And those fields are very open.
Okay. There's no houses there, you're saying? There's only just lots of grass, fields? Yeah, I haven't been there.
Oh,
So what?
I've ridden motorcycle there a year ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But it's grass, it's like natural.
it's very tall.
Not tall, but I mean, yes, you find like bushes. But it doesn't have like woods.
Okay.
Like the lots next to the ones on.
So is it in a sense that if you were gonna build there, you'd have to clear a lot of brush? Like what you're saying, like bushes and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's very clean.
It's very clean.
I mean, you go down there and you'll see it.
Alright. You think Pablo had anything to do with this?
No, but I mean, I'm not gonna put my hands on fire by anybody.
No. I'm just asking your opinion. Do you doubt those people either?
I know I do.
Are they capable of such things in your opinion? Or are you surprised by this?
No, I am surprised, but I mean, Farber is the one that goes down to UK, Fotis goes to UK because he has to see the kids, Wednesdays for sure, and Saturdays or Sundays, depending on what work.
Can you tell me with 100% certainty that you saw Fotis in the house on the morning of this before?
And when I woke up, yes.
At what time?
7:40 alarm, 7:42 I was in the room.
And for how long of a time did you see him?
6:40.
Okay. How long of a time did you see him for?
No, just in the shower and then I left down, I did the juice,
So just to go back at 6:40 is the time you saw Fotis first in the house, and then you don't see him again until you have lunch?
Mm-hmm.
So basically from 6:40 to lunchtime?
No, sorry, I went back to the office.
Okay, what time?
9 o'clock. It's not
9 o'clock?
No, it's 8.
You went back to his office and saw him?
He was with Ken sitting at the far end of the office.
That's it.
And that was like 8:15, 8.
Okay. And so from 8:15, you didn't see Fotis again until around 1, 2 o'clock when you had lunch?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so the last time you saw Fotis in the house was around 8:15?
Yes, but supposedly he was in the office. I don't know.
What do you mean supposedly? Why do you say supposedly?
Well, because now you're saying that if you kill him.
No, just, it was a simple question. When did you last see him?
Okay,
And when did you see him?
I last saw him in the office.
At 8:15?
More or less, yes.
Okay, so sometime around the 8 o'clock time? Okay. And then you didn't see him again until lunch between 1 and 2?
Yes, and then actually from 9 to 11:30, I was in and out a lot.
Mm-hmm. We're not accusing you, we're.
And there's a lot to prove that because.
No, it's not here.
Okay, no, because now I'm like nervous that.
No, listen, all right, this is,
We're being honest.
they're asking you a question. When did you last see him in the morning? And when did you see him again?
8, 15, 20, 17, because that's the time I arrived. And when I went to lunch, that he said, let's have lunch, and I went down the stairs, so that's around 1, 2.
So was he wearing the same clothing at 1 to 2 when he was asking for lunch that he was wearing in the morning?
Look, in the morning I saw him naked, and then I didn't see him. Okay. I heard that.
All right.
And I said hi to Kent, I mean, Kent did say hi.
What's Kent's last name?
I don't know, but he's the lawyer at Fort.
Okay, I figured it out. But Fotis did change his clothes between when you saw him at lunch to when you went to Starbucks? Because you said he had a hat on there. Was he wearing the same clothes all day?
No, I think he had like a light blue.
So you would say he had a light blue shirt, jeans.
And jeans.
Then he went home and he changed. Because you identified him in the photo wearing a white t-shirt, dark pants and a hat.
No, but the jeans are the same.
It's the same pair of jeans though, so you only changed the shirt. Okay.
Yeah, he only has 2 pairs of jeans.
Okay. He only has 2 pairs of jeans?
Of blue jeans, that one that I wear.
You're wearing.
One that are like straight and the other ones are more that he just got them. I love his strike. A brown, because he bought 2, a blue jeans and a black jeans, like.
Now, do you know what a zip tie is?
What?
A zip tie. It's kind of like a plastic thing that you can loop around and if you want things, you can put them on wires. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Fotis use them or in the house?
Yes, for our water ski handles.
Okay.
He puts some tools, which my handle has, because otherwise my head or my arm can go in. And he does have, see, wide.
They're really wide and long?
Yes.
Okay.
And the ones that he put on me, and it's in my handle, you can go to the palm and see it. I think they're like kind of wide.
Does he have a storage unit? Does he, because that Avon self-storage is like storage units, right?
Yes.
Does Fotis have a unit there?
Oh, to I went once, like 2 years ago, because he wanted to bring some furniture to the house that was from the mom, and I said, I went to see it, and we were like super off.
So,
we took only one thing that was a mirror, gold mirror.
how big are the storage units? Smaller than this room? They probably vary in size, right? Okay.
And there's Hutch, those are Hutch.
I understand. So you went up there at one point to put furniture up there?
No,
Or he did?
No, this is like in 2017 that I went there for the first time and only time.
Mhm.
He had furniture from the mom.
Mhm.
That because the mom lived here.
The mom lived at Deerfield.
Yes.
When you're done answering John's question, I kind of want you to talk a lot about what you know, the address 585 Deerfield, okay? So first finish, this is what mom lived at Deerfield, you got some furniture, you wanted to bring it home, took you up there, showed it to you, and you thought it was ugly?
I thought it was
Oh, so it stayed there?
Yeah, it's probably there, I don't know.
Okay.
I do know that he had at some point, which we never talked about those storage. He had two and he wanted to get rid of one. That's why he said, why don't you call me? Maybe we can take things from the to the house. And when I looked, it was like a flower, like things like that.
Okay.
But this is like.
So 585 Deerfield, that was where it's about?
Yes, that's where it's supposed to go. And the house is like in pieces. It's like falling apart.
Okay.
No one lives.
How is the property? Is it messy? Is it full of like trees and woods?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, but it has a beautiful view that I usually when we take clients, because our client went there, we go in the car around with the car, we stop, we see the view, and then we come back, and there's like actually a beautiful tree that I always tell Fotis, can we take this tree to Fort Jefferson? It's like a Japanese.
Okay.
It's a very nice tree.
Right. Okay.
It's like purplish, deep.
So, if the house is dilapidated or it's not in good condition, the house is not in good condition, it's like falling apart, and no one lives there. What's going on with the property, do you know?
Well, he's trying to sell it.
He's trying to sell it, okay.
Yeah, it's in the market. It has a sign from Stefan.
Okay. And this is Deer Cliff or Deerfield?
No, Deer Cliff Road.
Deer Cliff Road.
It's like we live here and it's here, the property. Like I can walk.
It's very close?
Yeah.
You can walk?
Yeah, it's only
Okay.
20 minutes walk.
Okay. Is there any work going on the property or?
In that one?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, but it is listed by Farber as an available property.
By Cordwell Bank, Stefan has it.
Okay.
For a real.
So it's available for development?
Yes, or if because there was a lady that wanted to buy and reconstruct that house and live there, and she wanted to buy that for 600, whatever the house.
Okay, but Farber still owns it, right?
Yes.
And Farber is Fotis' company? Is Fotis' company,
Yes.
Farber? Is he the only owner or is there other? He's like listed as the CEO?
Yes, it's supposed to. The company started with a sister,
Mm-hmm.
but like, I don't know in what year, 2004.
Mm-hmm.
No, mentira, no, sorry, I don't know. And the sister moved back to Greece. Then Fotis stayed that, because Forty means four of Fotis and Renata, which is the sister.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so bring it forward.
Yes.
Is he close with his sister?
Yes, and I've been talking to her, she's been calling me.
They talk often?
Yes.
Now, you said something earlier about we're going to one of the properties 2 weeks ago. One of the forward properties. Was that one of the Mountain Spring properties?
Well, we go to all the properties very much.
Was there one that you went to, if you remember, 2 weeks ago?
So, any Mountain Spring we go, and to check it out, to show it. 585, we just drive, I never go inside the house because the house is not.
Is there a dumpster on the property of 585? All right, go ahead, you know. I didn't have any question, I was just
It has a garage, that it has a car full piece of Porsche.
the Cayenne's over there?
Yes, the Cayenne is inside there.
Parked it there?
No, it's broken.
Oh,
We had an accident in that Cayenne.
Okay. When was that?
It was in winter. We were coming from the movies and coming out the house. Fotis was obviously driving fast. It was icy and we crashed. And Guillaume, back then Guillaume, a worker of him, came and picked me and he called up and Fotis stayed. So this is like a year ago, so this is irrelevant. But the car is there.
Well, you have something else. Go ahead. You originally told us you got back around noon, you're back at the house, you had lunch, but that was really at 1, 2 o'clock.
Yes.
So you got back to the house around 1 or 2 o'clock?
Before, because.
Before? All right, let me tell you my notes. You told us that you got back to the house around noon.
Exactly.
And that between 1 and 2, you heard Fotis calling you from downstairs saying, hey, can we have lunch? Is that?
Yes.
Accurate? When you got back at noon, was that Suburban there?
Yes.
You need to be positive.
I am positive.
So when you got back at noon, the Suburban was there?
Yes.
But you saw it?
Yeah, because it's parked next to the garage, next to the space.
But you didn't see Fotis for another hour?
No.
Okay.
That's why in my mind, Fotis is there, because the car is there.
But you didn't see the Raptor, or you did see the Raptor?
No, the Raptor wasn't there. Well, unless it was in the car.
All right, I just want to ask you clearly. You got back to the house at noon, you saw the Suburban, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You did not see the Raptor.
I did not.
So you really don't know whether the Raptor was or wasn't there, right? Is that correct?
Well, if it was, I didn't see it. If it was in the car.
Okay, so you don't know whether it's.
Exactly.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I just want. What is in the basement of 4 Jefferson? In other words, is there a refrigerator?
There's 2 stairs, one from the locker room and one kind of like from the entrance. If you go from the entrance, you turn straight, it's a room. I guess I call it the dead room. You go.
The dead room?
I call it the dead room.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Because
Sure, you have your reason for it.
well, because it doesn't have window, it's like all
Okay, so
furniture.
it's stagnant.
And now I use it only a few times when the house is packed with people. It has a bathroom.
It's got a floor?
Yes, no, yes, the basement is completely done. That's in front. Then on the left, there's a big playroom with closets with all the labels, games for the kids, a big rug with tables on the side, a piano that Nicole uses a lot, she sings. Then there's the gym. If I get out of the room, the gym, at the right, there's a little library and a winery, a wine cellar. You've been into the house now?
No, we personally have not.
Okay, and then if you go to the other side, again, straight from the stairs, on the right, there's another playroom that usually we have like sets with race cars. Right now it has some labels because we've been working on labels. We change it when Fotis changes a lot. Because that's like this, whatever you want. There's a storage room in front that has boxes, things of me. It has all of these DVDs, like boxes and boxes of DVDs. And then you keep going, then there's an elevator, then there's the whole thing for the television, like with all the media and television, internet and whatever. And then there's and then he has a thing for praying, like with virgins that was from the great grandfather who was
I have a question that might seem a little strange for you. When you and Fotis were in the Raptor, when you got in, did you notice the bags? No. Did you ever notice a foul smell from those bags, like garbage or anything?
No, because I didn't see the, I mean.
When you were in the car, when you stopped, there was no strange odor or sense?
No, because I didn't get out, and I'm like, why would I have to go?
When he was lifting the bags, did they appear to be heavy? Did you take note?
No, I don't.
Were they very large or were they?
They were a garbage bag and.
Big garbage bags or like the contractor type or just
Yes.
small?
Yes.
So
I mean, I don't know the brands, I don't know.
I'm just asking if you observed anything of note, is there anything about this?
We have bags in the house, if you open. We went to the house, I threw a sandwich because it was disgusting.
You like Starbucks, huh? So all my teeth are
Terrible sandwich.
You're not a fan anymore, go ahead.
So I went up. I'm in the laundry. I see a police car come. So this is like at 8:30.
This is 24th Friday, we're back.
Yes. And I go out, and I was about to go down the stairs, and I'm like, and I see Fotis, and I thought this is a police car down. And he goes, he's like, I know. He walks to the door. I didn't go down because I see police and I panic. I don't know why. I think because I've seen too many terror movies. The police talks there, the door doesn't go in or Fotis doesn't go out. It was like in the door, in the middle of the door. I go to my room. I was in Nicole's room and I'm like, okay, I don't want to be here. I go to my room. I went to the bathroom. I changed my.
Okay, that's your concern.
And then I go back and I'm like, what happened? And he says, the police just said that Jennifer's missing. I'm like, what? He's like, yes. I'm like, but missing from, like, well, obviously the typical conversation, missing of what? Like, she died, is she okay? Like, did she take the kids? And then Fotis said, I don't know, I have to call Lauren. So he tried calling Lauren. Lauren doesn't pick up.
Okay.
At that time,
Lauren's the babysitter.
the babysitter. At that time, I went, I have to go, I have to pick up my daughter. And he goes, no, I want to go with you. I'm like, no, you stay. And I'm like, no. So I'm driving. Well, no, he's driving. And we arrive at the school at 9:15. And I pick up Nicole.
Night?
Yes.
And she had the Chicago.
She had the night Chicago. And he's in the text, like, okay, what time? And she's like, I'm about to, it's almost finished. And I'm like, I'm here, I'm parked here outside. And she's like, okay, I'm getting out. Like, that conversation is in my phone.
Okay, what's Fotis? He's driving which car?
Cherokee.
Okay, what is he doing while he's driving you to Michelle or to
No, he was driving and sitting there and we're like
Is he
talking.
on his phone too?
Yes, he started making calls to, I think, Mike Rose, then Jacob, and then at some point the police start calling me.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob says, do not answer the phone. I answered once and they said I'm a reporter for whatever. And I hung up, I'm nervous.
So Jacob told you not to answer the phone?
Jacob said, if you see numbers of don't answer, they'll leave a message.
This is all on Friday?
Yes, at night.
Okay.
We arrived to the house, obviously I'm stressed out. I take Nicole to the room, I don't tell her anything. She gets changed, whatever.
Does Nicole pick up on the stress in the house? Between you?
Not that
Your
day,
stress
but then after, yes. And then I have to tell her at some point, this is the mom of the kids. She's missing.
Is Fotis upset?
What do you mean by upset?
Is he
Like angry?
concerned?
Oh,
What?
yes. No, he's concerned, and then I don't know who he talks. I think that police said, and he said, please can you tell Lauren to pick up the phone or to call me? So he called her and she told her yes and told them the story. The story I know is that that Jennifer told Lauren to pick up the kids from school and that they were gonna meet in the doctors and the dentist, I don't know what time, in New York. She never appeared. Lauren gets nervous.
Right.
And
So, we know that, Michelle,
but
the evening of the 24th, you are with Fotis. He is contacting people and he's concerned about Jennifer.
After the police come.
Right, after the police tell him Jennifer's missing.
Yes.
He's concerned.
Yes.
Is he contacting Lauren, you said?
He contacted
And
Lauren.
why is he contacting Lauren?
Well, because I guess
To find out about details about Jennifer?
No, he wanted to know where the kids were.
Okay.
He was worried.
He was worried about the kids. And did he learn that the kids were okay?
No, yes, because he spoke with, and apparently Lauren said that police said not to drive to New Canaan, to the house, because there were a lot of police, so it's better for them to stay in New York with a grandmother. And then one of the daughters, Christian, was having a sleepover. Which I said, well, how come a sleepover if supposedly you don't have sleepovers? And he go, I don't know. Jennifer and I was doing whatever.
Was there supposed to be a visitation going on the next day?
Yes.
Okay. And was that put off?
Yes.
It was put off because of Jennifer's disappearance and dinner absence?
Because I don't know. He told me that Lauren, the police said to Lauren not to go, so they stayed in New York.
Okay.
So he went down.
Oh, yeah.
No. Saturday he went down to meet with Puebla and the kids in the suburban. Saturday.
To where the kids were?
Yes.
Right, to the grandmother's?
No. To New Canaan because supposedly he was gonna meet.
Okay.
And I think I wasn't there, but from what he told me, he spoke with Jacob. Jacob said, come to the office, and something like that.
All right. It's very convoluted. Did you ever receive a voicemail from a police officer?
Two.
Okay.
And you listened to them.
Did you ever call, for who was it from, do you know?
You can, but I didn't call them back.
Why?
Well, because Jacob and you told me not to call them, they would call me back. I never answered that. There's two voicemail,
Okay. Okay. So I need to cut down a little bit. So going back to the 24th. Noon you arrive home between 1 and 2. Fotis is at the bottom of the stairs calling for lunch. You guys have shepherd's pie.
I said it up, it's gone. There was
Okay. All right. So, and sometime after that, Fotis calls you on the phone, and he's already at 80 Mountain Spring, and he says, we have to clean up there, bring cleaning supplies. Is that accurate? Do we know what time Fotis called you?
No,
okay. Fotis's phone number is the 8625. At that time, was the 8625 number? Business number?
Well, he only has one for the business in himself. It's an 860, and then
478-8625?
Yes.
Okay. That's the phone that he no longer has. That's one of the phones he no longer has.
And then on Saturday with Jacob, he gets another one.
Okay. Tell us about that other one. What's the phone number for that? 4877 plus
Yes.
40.
Yes.
Where did you get that from?
For what he told me with Jacob, got it from me.
Okay. Had you ever called him on that phone prior to Saturday or Sunday?
No, because he didn't have
Or
it.
he did. He's had that phone. Yeah, he's had that phone.
The 777.
The one that ends at 4877. He's had that phone, I believe, since March of this year.
What?
Whose name is that phone in?
Wait, is this the same number that Jacob got?
This is the same number, the same phone that was when you guys went to get your fingerprints taken. Did, Fotis have a phone with him that he lost on that night? When you went to get your fingerprints taken, and that you first met him? Okay.
That was yesterday.
Right, so Fotis had a phone that was seized by the police, correct?
Yes.
Or was that the phone?
No, okay, I understand. You mean the phone, that's previous, but the number is not.
Okay, I'm not sure that's, all right.
That was.
It actually isn't because,
No, I don't know.
all right, so going, this is what keeps you, so you don't know what time.
No, he had a bigger one. A bigger one, he said, no, is this an old one?
I want to go back to the 24th, the Friday. Fotis is calling you, asking you to bring cleaning supplies to 80 Mountain, and he's already there. Do you know what time he called Abrupt about, what time that call came in? Because you said between 1 and 2, you're having lunch.
Yes, it's like a 3 something.
So,
Just gonna pause it at 16:39:18. Detective Kimball, we just watched you in the video. You're attempting to clarify when the defendant went to 80 Mountain. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I just want to ask you, did there come a point in time where you were able to review residential surveillance footage near 80 Mountain Spring Road?
Yes.
What address were you able to review it from?
77 Mountain Spring Road, directly across from 80.
Was that before or after this interview?
After.
Thank you, sir. Continue.
3 o'clock. Okay. And then you were, well, can't be 3 because you're saying with 2:15 and 2:30, maybe these times are messed up. 2:15 and 2:30, you're arriving with the sheriff. All right, so.
Well,
You should- Okay, no, I don't think you're lying, I think you're confused. You don't need to work.
I'm confused, I just don't know exactly.
Okay, that's all right, that's all right. So ignore, this is an old photograph, but there's a little bit of information here about cell phones. And this is Mountain Spring.
No, yes, I
Okay,
believe you, it's
so-
just that these
So
trees don't.
that's all right, but you remember, this is the house. That house is in the same spot now, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay. You know, I don't know what road this is. You know where, there's a road over here.
This is a mountain spring.
Okay, so Mountain Spring is
He
here.
built a home, that's why this is all because for.
Don't worry about the photo.
He built this house too from the night before. This doesn't exist about a year ago.
Michelle, don't worry about it. The house still exists, right?
Yes, the house
Okay.
that he
And
built.
the property is owned by Fotis.
Wow, yeah, that's what he tells me.
So
And it's in the website.
we have some times here. We have 14:25, that's military. It's 2:25 p.m., 2:26 p.m., 2:26 p.m.
What is this number?
Those are times. Tell those are military times.
No, I don't know.
So this is Fotis's phone on the property of down Spring, at least at as early as 2:25 p.m.
Okay, then.
So he's definitely there. And he calls you at 3.
Wait, no, I said 3, but maybe he called me about.
All right. Round the dot. It's not easy to. All right. So what I'm trying to get to is that what's over here now?
Trees.
There's trees here?
Yes, these trees don't exist.
Okay. These trees don't exist. Some of these trees exist. Do these trees exist?
Yes, doesn't look as much as this picture.
Okay. But there are some trees here.
Oh, yeah, all this has trees.
Are there buildings over here?
No.
Okay. So my question to you would be, do you have any idea why he would be walking around in the trees?
No. I mean, this is land trust, I think.
Okay, it's a land trust.
I think. I mean, he always says you cannot build here, you cannot build it, and this is part, not the property. There's a part that is.
So he doesn't own that property?
No, he owns this property with this and this, because it used to be one property at some point.
Alright, so do you understand from a police perspective of a person that we suspect is having done something really bad to his wife? we find it strange that he's walking around.
Me too.
Okay.
I never walked.
So I'm gonna kind of go back to, if you were Fotis and you had to get rid of a body, or if you had to get rid of a body which was no longer one piece, where would you go?
Me?
Or where do you think Fotis might go? And I'm not saying you. Where would Fotis have gone to take either Jennifer or parts of Jennifer to get rid of her?
I don't know. I mean, you're asking me something that.
I am, unfortunately, because I unfortunately believe that's where we're at. That's the situation.
Well,
It's terribly sad. Well, who says we're not moving there?
I don't know.
Okay. But I'm asking you because you know Fotis. I don't know at all.
I do know him. I mean, I would never talk to him like, where would you bury a body? That's not a conversation.
Well, I don't know if you have any inclination, any guesses regard basically based on what you know about it. If you don't, that's fine. We're looking for Jennifer, and unfortunately, Jennifer may be.
No, you said that it's dead.
Okay.
You said that she's dead because you found the blood.
There's enough to suggest that, but we believe she might have been in the bag.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Yeah. All right. I know that's a lot. We're gonna let you take a break and cool off and open the door. How much longer? I'll have an answer for you shortly if that's okay. All right. But that's why we're.
Can you like?
Let's take a break. Think about what you want to say next.
No, I mean, I don't have it. I just have a question.
What's your question?
Like,
I can't, certain things I can't tell you, but go ahead.
no,
I don't have any answer to your question. Do you mind if I open the door?
The garage is not in this picture.
That's an old picture, so.
Okay, so there's a
gonna be
garage.
changes.
There's a garage here, but that's where we have the cars for.
Yeah, give me 1 second. So, give me a moment.
Yes, well, I mean,
Just keep in mind that's still active.
okay. We can't talk because it's still active, you understand?
You want to tell me something?
Yeah, but we'll have to wait for them to come back and then we'll start. Don't talk here. Don't talk. You feel better?
Okay.
Are you? No, get rid of a little air, you'll feel better. You haven't eaten and you're exhausted.
There's still more questions. There's so. Let's just make it, did you already do that? We're just gonna stop the recording now. All right, so you stop. Your attorney is stop.
Okay, well, I'll take your word for it.
It's gonna keep it outside. I'm sorry, Michelle. I'm making sure that if you understand it.
Yeah, because it's very, there's no other error.
No, as long as everyone.
Pausing the video at 17:08:05. Detective Kimball, I just want to indicate there was a jump in the time here. Is that because the recording was turned off?
Yes, it was.
And that was for purposes of a break, is that correct?
Yes,
All right, and now we're resuming with the recording, is that right?
that's correct.
All right, thank you.
I think we talked to attorney. We understand that you and Fotis have a relationship and you concerned about him. You also, well, you have to be concerned about yourself right now. You have a child.
Yes.
You have a mother. You have a family.
Yes.
Presumably, see you got your pride. Told your attorney, we are fair people. We don't want you to go out for something that you would not harm. But we also need details. We need more honesty. There are some things that you've been saying that you've been very, very detailed with. There are some other things that we consider important that you've been kind of skipping over. So, well, like what was going on Mountain Spring, Mountain Spring, when he called you up there on the 24th.
I went to, he said, bring the cleaning things to clean the house.
Is that normal that you would?
Yeah.
Clean your
Well, usually I take the cleaning stuff for the cleaning ladies, yes, that's, I mean, I don't do it every day, but I've done it at least 6 times of my life to that house.
Okay. And he was there helping you clean, or was he doing something else when he was in the house?
I went into the kitchen, I started cleaning, but it was like, because usually someone else cleans it, either Renata or Vita.
How many times did you clean that house? You personally clean that house?
When I've taken the cleaning stuff like 6 times, I've cleaned it myself maybe like 2 times.
Was there something coming up for that house? Some showing or something? Is that why you?
Saturday. And I think Sunday too, there was a open house.
What is?
And it was very dirty, I mean, dust.
Just from being not lived in?
Yeah.
What is Fotis, best to your knowledge, Michelle, what does Fotis have? Does he have one storage or more than one in Avon units?
He told me at one, I only went there once, that he had 2 and that he wanted to get rid of 1.
So you.
But that you cannot hide.
Yeah, when you went up to 2017 and with the furniture, that was, you looked at one, there was one storage unit that you looked at, you didn't look at more than one.
No, that was like 2 years ago.
Okay, so what was in that storage, what kinds of things were in that storage unit?
Okay, there was a mirror,
Yeah, so furniture.
yes, a bed,
Any
mattress.
smaller things, any construction tools?
It was more like furniture, like I remember some chairs, I said, why can we take this? I'm like, no, they're horrible. It was like a flower chairs. Things, it was packed.
There's no tools that you know of, crowbars, hammers, saws.
But you guys can go.
Well, you know, yeah, we had to choose to do that. Yeah. As far as driving around Hartford, like I said, it was multiple stops. It may not have been 30, that might have been misinformation, but it was certainly numerous stops throughout a period of an area that you called scummy or scary
No,
or.
because I never.
Right. And did you ask
I have
him?
never been.
Did he tell you anything about what he was doing? Did you question him any more than, can we get out of here? Did you ask him what was in the bags? Do you know what was in the bag?
No, my mind is always like construction things. Even maybe, I don't know, the cleaning from the house, I don't know.
Okay.
Like,
So those bags ended up, sorry, those bags ended
But they
up.
weren't like blood walking, nothing.
So there was no visible blood that you saw. Do you now remember the FedEx box?
It wasn't a box, it was a
FedEx.
envelope
What was an envelope? Okay.
that he has in the office. He has envelopes because when he sent
Did you
it.
find it strange that he was putting that into a sewer?
Yes, I'm like, what are you doing? He's like,
But what I find strange is when I asked you about it, you lied to me and told me it didn't happen. That you didn't.
No,
I also find it strange that you keep all your receipts on that day. But I've seen your car and it's not kept, you're not that organized in my opinion. So do you understand why we're kind of not believing some of what you're saying?
but if you go.
It sounds very well rehearsed and planned.
No, we've talked about it many times.
Yeah, we've gone over
I've
that.
gone to the timeline out. Now, the purse,
I want you to know, this is, not rehearsal. Because any lawyer in this situation would ask her the same questions that you would ask when it comes to, what did you do on that day? But there's no rehearsal here on what to say.
I'm not saying with you, I'm saying perhaps with, you've had a lot of time to discuss the situation while all this was going on for the last, I'm not saying your lawyer is doing so, but you and your boyfriend. Did he ever kind of talk to you about how to handle when we approach you? Did he ever coach you? Did he ever tell you what to say?
just say, keep calm, this is gonna be over, stay strong. I'm like, Fotis, this is like the last thing I want in my life. It's like, stick to it, and I actually.
Stick to what?
No, stick to being okay.
Stick to the story? Stick to it meaning what?
No. Like, stick to, like, stay calm.
Paused it at 17:14:08. May I just retrieve two exhibits?
Yes.
'74 and '75. Detective Kimball, this interview was on June 2nd, 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you subsequently become aware that the defendant's residence, 4 Jefferson Crossing, had been searched on June 3rd, 2019?
Yes.
Handing you exhibits 74 and 75, just ask that you familiarize yourself with those and can actually open them if you need to look at them.
I don't have gloves. Thank you.
Just for the record, could you indicate what you're looking at, sir?
Right now, I'm looking at exhibit 158.
I'm sorry, it's exhibit 74. State's exhibit 74 for trial purposes.
Okay, 74. 74.
And just indicate what you're looking at.
I'm looking at 3 sheets of paper, which appear to be photocopies of timelines.
And do you know where these were found?
These were found in a briefcase in the mudroom at Fort Jefferson Crossing on the 3rd of June.
Were you aware of these documents on June 2nd, 2019?
No, it was not.
And if you could just put those back and look at Exhibit 75.
Now I'm looking at Exhibits 75.
What is Exhibit 75, sir?
Exhibit 75 is a single notebook page of a timeline, 2-sided.
Were you aware of this document when you interviewed the defendant on June 2nd, 2019?
I was not, no.
And again, if this is a natural time for a break.
Yes, sir.
We will take our afternoon recess until 3:30. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case.
Okay, let's just make sure they don't have any business.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess.
Okay, they've cut off the audio. Okay, let's see. Let's go over here and finish up the opening statement for the defense.
Crumbly had the key to the trigger lock that kept the gun secure. James Crumbly used the trigger lock key, took the cable lock off, put the gun in the back of Miss Crumbly's car. Mrs. Crumbly simply drove to the gun range. You will see video of their experience at the gun range, and you will see that the shooter is the one showing Mrs. Crumbly how to use the gun at the range. And when they're done at the range, the gun was placed back in the back seat of the car, not back seat, but the back of an SUV. And Jennifer Crumbly drove home, and not being responsible for storing the gun and not even knowing where the gun specifically was placed, Jennifer Crumbly left the gun locked in the trunk, the back part of her SUV, and James Crumbly was responsible for getting the gun out, putting the trigger lock back on, storing the gun, and Mrs. Crumbly had nothing to do with that part of what happened. Over the next couple of days, this is right after Thanksgiving, the family is picking out their Christmas tree, talking about Christmas presents. There was certainly some sadness in the shooter's life, but nothing that would have amounted to any reason to believe he's going to shoot people or commit a school shooting. You will hear testimony that on the day of the shooting, Jennifer Crumbly went to work. She is essentially the breadwinner at this time. Mr. Crumbly was in between jobs. He's about to get a job offer. Mrs. Crumbly is trying to keep the household finances up. She's at work, and she finds out through an email and text message that her son has drawn this alarming drawing the prosecution put on the screen. Jennifer freaks out when she sees the drawing. You will see the text messages that show She's urgently texting her husband, emergency, call me now, and she races out of work and goes to the school. Upon arriving at the school, she meets with Sean Hopkins, the school counselor. She meets with Nick Ejak, the school principal, and she meets with James Crumbly and the shooter. And they are all in a room together where the shooter explains why he has put together this drawing and what the drawing means. The family and the school talk about how a counselor would be a good idea for the shooter to get into some kind of counseling. The meeting is not nearly as severe as Mrs. Crumbly was initially expecting. Trained professionals at the school who evaluate children represent that the shooter is of no risk to anyone and they allow him to stay in school. The testimony will show this is not a situation where Jennifer Crumbly refused to leave or refused to take her child from the school. She was provided the option of take him home or leave him here. The shooter struggled when they had online school during COVID. It caused him great anxiety to miss school, and he wanted to stay that day. The school was fine with it. Mrs. Crumbly did leave the school and left the shooter at the school, not knowing he was going to become the shooter within the next few hours. Jennifer Crumbly, the evidence is going to show you, returns to work, and suddenly there is news that there's an open shooter at Oxford. Jennifer Crumbly, it's not even on her radar that her son would be the one with the gun doing anything. Her immediate concern is that her son may be hurt. As she is driving to the school as fast as she can, she has conversations with her husband and becomes aware that the gun at their house is missing. And in Jennifer Crumbly's mind, and you will hear evidence of this, she believes that perhaps her son has done something stupid, like taken the gun and shot it in the air or done something. She knows he's still alive and believes that it's going to be okay. Whatever's happened, they can cross that bridge. A little bit later, there's more conversations, and Mrs. Crumbly becomes concerned that the shooter is actually attempting suicide. And Jennifer Crumbly texts her son, "Ethan, don't do it." It still has not crossed her mind that he would ever shoot another person. Ultimately, Jennifer and James Crumbly are called to the substation where they learn that their son has become a school shooter and has shot people and that there are fatalities. Jennifer Crumbly will tell you she still could not believe that was true and went into a complete state of shock and despair and stress and not knowing realizing her life and everyone's life was going to change. And her initial comments are about how could her son have ruined so many lives that day. Jennifer Crumbly sees her son at the substation, and for the first time, when he looks at her, his eyes looked black, and it was a son she did not recognize. Jennifer Crumbly and James Crumbly go back to their house where law enforcement execute a search warrant. Law enforcement takes their cell phones, which the Crumbleys handed over. The Crumbleys have to go and buy burner phones or track phones so they have something to use to be in touch. They begin to realize that there are death threats around their house. People are planning riots around their house, and they cannot be in their home. Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley drive to a hotel where they spend the night. They are trying to figure out what is happening, and all Jennifer can think about are the things she believes she can control, like keeping her job, keeping health insurance, figuring out money, figuring out lawyers, and trying to digest what has just absolutely tragically unfolded. In the days following the event, while the prosecution says the evidence will show Jennifer Crumbley is lying, Jennifer Crumbley is truthfully telling the world she had no idea and finding out that she is about to be charged in this Band-Aid effort by the prosecution with involuntary manslaughter. Jennifer and James Crumbley go to the bank. They're advised by friends and family, and you will hear testimony that their money could all be taken out of their accounts, and they know they need money to be able to live and hire lawyers and figure out what to do. They withdraw all of the money from their bank account. The burner phones they're using, they can't get access to any of their accounts because of this two-part authentication you now have to do. So they go to the Metro PCS store where they buy new telephones that they can actually use to access their social media, their accounts, their contacts, and they end up with multiple cell phones. After that, they work to find lawyers. They don't know what to do. They don't understand what they're being charged with. They're under the stress of knowing their son is gone, and life will never be the same, undoubtedly. And on Friday, December 3rd, the Crumbleys find out when a press conference is held that they are being charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And at that point, they attempt to try to figure out what to do, where to stay, where to go, what to do. And they ultimately ask a friend if they can stay at his art studio until they know where to go and what to do. They make plans to turn themselves into the court on Saturday morning, because remember, this is late in the day Friday, Saturday morning at 8:30 when the court opens up and does weekend arraignments. And overnight, the prosecutor's office, the sheriff's department, the fugitive apprehension team, the US Marshals have a statewide search claiming that James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley are on the lam, they are running, they are fleeing, they are trying to avoid charges, and it couldn't be any further from the truth. They are at their friend's art studio, they are waiting for instructions, and they are waiting to turn themselves in first thing Saturday morning when arraignments take place at the court. James and Jennifer Crumbley are sleeping on a mattress in the middle of the night. When police locate them, you will hear evidence. They're not really hiding. They're standing outside their car, their vehicle, smoking cigarettes. They're standing outside their car, talking on the telephone. They're communicating with various people they know. There's absolutely no evidence to suggest that they're fleeing. You will see body camera footage where when police come into the art studio to find them dead asleep on this mattress, they are cooperative, they are taken into custody, and they are arrested. The prosecution has grossly misconstrued facts in this case, and I ask that you wait to make any judgment until all of the evidence has been presented and you have seen every detail of it, including Jennifer Crumbley's testimony, and she is going to take the stand and tell you about her life with her son, about the day he became the shooter, and about the day he did something she could have never anticipated or fathomed or predicted. She will tell you that when she saw the materials in this case, she learned that her son had not been her son for months, that he had been manipulating her, that he had been hiding things from her, that he had been sending text messages, alarming text messages to other people. You will hear that the school never advised Mrs. Crumbly of problematic issues that if she had heard about, she would have jumped right on top of it. Despite the fact the evidence will show that Mrs. Crumbly is on power schools, managing missing assignments by her son in his grades, the school never told her about times the shooter was trying to sleep in class, about a test he had failed, about the shooter being called to the office. She was never informed. You will hear testimony. She was never informed that the shooter wrote an autobiographical get to know you poster where he says he feels terrible and his family's a mistake. The school never notified Mrs. Crumbly of this. You will hear testimony that the school never notified Mrs. Crumbly that the shooter was having a, quote, rough time when he spoke to the school counselor. You will hear testimony that the school never notified Ms. Crumbly that previous work found in the shooter's files showed that it leaned a little bit towards the violent side. You will hear testimony that the school never told Mrs. Crumbly about an index card the shooter wrote in class that had odd responses with a drawing of a loaded gun magazine and a person holding it out. You will hear that Mrs. Crumbly was never told much of the information the school had. And so when the prosecution is urging you not to assign fault to anyone else, at the end of the day, we ask that you pay attention to the evidence that Mrs. Crumbly knew. And quite frankly, when you evaluate that evidence and know what she knew and what she didn't know, and learn the context behind the slivers of evidence this prosecution's presenting, you will see that this was absolutely not foreseeable. This was absolutely not expected. And I am going to ask that you find Jennifer Crumbly not guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Can you tell me who the first witness is? I'm going to ask the jury if they need a break. Do you need a break? I knew I shouldn't have given them coffee. Okay, so we'll take like a 10-minute break and then we'll hear the first witness, okay?
All right, for the jury.
All right.
I'll just hit off.
I'm sorry?
There's one exhibit that the prosecution is going to introduce that I'm going to object to. I just want to let the court know.
Do you know what number it is?
I do. It is, number 7.
Are you stipulating to the admission of the other ones or not?
Yes.
I know we were gonna talk about this at
Yes.
some point.
Yes, I believe that, Mr. Arnello's exhibits 5, 6, and 8, and we have no objection to those. 7 we do. And I believe that's already been a ruling by the court. I just have to continue my objection.
Okay, so this was ruled on previously?
Yes.
Right.
All right, so 7 was already admitted in a written opinion.
It was,
right?
Judge.
Okay,
I just have to maintain my objection.
sure.
Thank
sure.
you.
Okay,
For the record, that is a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance footage.
okay,
And for the record, we just think it's not necessary.
all right. All right. Could you step forward? Could you raise, it's so cozy in here, I apologize. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay, you can be seated. And then, could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
My name is Molly Darnell, MOLLY DARNELL.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm gonna call you Molly. I assume that's okay.
That's okay.
We can bring the jury in. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge. Yes.
Thank you.
Detective Kim, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where we left off just before the break, I had shown you States Exhibits 74 and 75 for trial. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated after reviewing the documents within those manila envelopes, you were unaware of those during the course of this interview. Is that right?
That's correct.
Prior to this video being paused, there was conversation about whether or not the defendant had spoken to Mr. Dulos about how to conduct herself. Is that right?
That's correct.
She indicated that he said to her, stick to it. Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, we're going to pick it back up.
Thank you.
Get nervous.
Is Fotis, how does Fotis feel about you think?
In terms of if he loves me or not?
Yes.
I know, he says that he loves me all the time.
You believe that he does?
Oh, yes.
Okay, is he nice to you? Is he considerate of you? Does he treat you well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when you were being, what?
Sorry, we did,
In general?
no, but like now I'm like thinking like I've had moments specifically this
No,
week
all right,
of stress.
okay. Do you remember when you were getting processed for your fingerprints and pictures?
Yes.
And you remember the two of you were in adjacent rooms?
Yes, I wanted to kill him.
Why is that?
Well, because I'm like, why I'm doing here because of a Jennifer that I don't know her. And I'm like standing here and I don't even know I don't know Ruben, I don't know Jennifer, I don't know anybody. And I'm like in a situation where I don't know half of the people.
You feel, why are you mad at him for that? Is it he put you there?
No, but I'm like, it comes from him because obviously this is not my people.
Okay. Right, that's what was that? You're there because
of his.
you know you didn't do anything, right?
Yeah, no, I didn't.
So, but yet you find yourself there, so the.
Yes, I'm like, why am I here? Like, I have a normal life, a beautiful life with my daughter, and ever since I got to Connecticut, it's been like a nightmare.
How long have you been there?
I started coming in June of 2017 in the summer, back and forth, because I couldn't be here when he was with the kids by court. So I would go to Miami, which I was upset because I'm like, wow, I have to fly every 4 days, back and forth. I was like, okay.
I just want to go back to when you were being processed. We noticed how he was treating your eyelids. And specifically, he looked like he was staring a hole in your head. Do you remember when we were sitting against the wall? When he was getting the phone numbers out of the phone, and your head was between your knees? Remember you were feeling things, you weren't feeling well?
I'm feeling still the same.
You looked a lot worse that night than you have in the last 24 hours that I've been spending with you. He asked you a question, didn't respond. And he looked at you as though you didn't see it because your face was down. And he gave you the most evil, long look I've ever seen, and we had to break him from it.
He looked at me?
Yeah, he looked at you. And we became very concerned for your safety, just based on our experience in what we do and what we witnessed and what we've learned throughout the last, several days.
The reason I didn't talk to you guys because Andy said, don't talk, stay there.
We understand. We respect that.
He's asking you a different.
No, I didn't see his face.
So.
I don't remember.
But it just showed us kind of where he was coming from. We can't read his mind, but we're actually not too bad at reading people in general. And his also behavior to you was overly concerned. Because you know how you were in the separate rooms. When you were photographed.
Yes.
There's a room here, there's a room here.
Yes.
Whenever you would speak, Fotis had to know what was going on. Are you okay? Are you okay? I asked Fotis, all right, let's get through this week and get you guys out. It's like, well, I'm concerned for her.
Okay, but I didn't hear
Or yeah, but what we're telling you. The point is that he's overly concerned.
Okay.
Because you were breaking down. You've had it. Well, we understand.
What am I doing here?
So what that shows us is he was concerned about what you were going to say or do.
Okay.
Because of stuff that we think that you know.
Okay.
That's what we're getting at.
Okay.
When you came here, when you were under arrest or when you were in custody having your prints taken, then when you came here last night, you were a shambles. You were shambles. You were in tears. You were very upset. You were hunched over. Really, nothing that you told us today is an indication. Why would you be so upset if it was only what you told us today?
Why am I upset? Because I'm upset of the whole situation. I'm like, why? I mean, why it's me that is happening this when I haven't done anything? And I'm like so innocent, and I'm like being charged.
Did anything that you think that you know something, and it may not be something you know in this part of your head, maybe something that you feel in the back of your head as far as what happened to Jennifer. So,
well, I'm scared. I mean, you say that.
Are you concerned that maybe something bad happened to her? Okay, that's good. I mean, we all are, I think. Where do you
but
think?
now that you told me that he cut maybe.
I'm saying maybe.
That he cut them in pieces in the back, I'm more worried.
We don't know what was in those bags, right? I mean, you're telling us that.
No, you said it before.
No, the bags.
But I heard that you said that you might think that there's pieces of Jennifer.
We are concerned that that's the case.
Okay, that's why I'm saying
yeah. So
what you're saying.
we want to find Jennifer.
Okay.
We want to find her for her family. We want to find out what happened to her, even if it's bad. All right. Are we going to find her at Fort Jefferson Cross or any part of her?
I mean, you guys, I can go with you. I can dig holes. I can do whatever you want.
Okay.
I mean, if she's there,
Dig holes.
But I don't know to find her.
Okay. What about 80 Mile Sprint?
I could do the same thing with you guys.
Do you think she's there? Do you have any indication?
No, but
any
I
feeling
know-
that she's at 80 Mile Sprint?
Why not?
There's 80 Mountain Spring, there's 84 Mountain Spring, there's 88 Mountain Spring.
But she can be in any of those, or she can be in 585.
That was the next one I was gonna ask about. Could she be up in the storage area?
In the what?
In the storage area, about storage, self-storage, by the pond? We're trying to find her. We don't necessarily think that you had something to do with killing her, but we think that you have some information that would help us find her.
I can go with you guys and I can spend 24 hours looking.
Michelle, the mess,
I know it's
the mess of blood that existed. What removed her collar? Her car was moved from her house, her Subaru. It was covered in blood in the driver's seat. She wasn't the one driving, she was in the back with amounts of blood that are not, you're not gonna be alive. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? And someone drove that car. There's no way, Fotis, Powell, whoever, looking back and it wasn't obvious that something horrible happened. You don't just clean that up.
They would have had to change your clothes for wash problems.
And where are they gonna go and wash up? Where are they gonna go and wash up?
The car?
Where would they go? So,
a car wash.
a couple people are involved in this. She bled a lot.
She what?
She bled a lot, all right? So, and these people are covered in blood. They drive the car, and even where their hands are on the wheel is covered in blood. That blood's gonna start to dry, and dry blood is not easy to get off your skin. It's not easy to get off your clothes.
Yeah, when they get caught.
We've all had it happen. Where do you think they would have went to clean up?
The car?
And if they were in New Canaan, is there a place they would have gone?
I don't know New Canaan. The only thing I know about New Canaan is the two houses that Fotis has built
The Sturbridge.
in the 180 whatever Hemlock.
Hemlock is, someone lives there now?
Yes.
The Sturbridge is still,
Yes, because it's under construction.
okay. Is there water there?
But where?
Do you know if water is the Sturbridge? No? You don't? Okay. It's fair enough. So basically, it's hard for us to understand how we could make it back, even either one of them, if it was them, back to Farmington without being just, there was a lot of water. A lot.
But okay, my question. They drove with the Suburban or how did they get?
Suburban was moved somewhere else within New Canaan by someone that had blood all over. The Suburban has damage. You just dropped it to get fixed.
Mine's Suburban.
Your Suburban. The one that Fotis drove that day. All right, and there's a lot of video, and there just happens to be a Suburban driving around the opposite neighborhood. We have that damage in the front left.
Yes, and I sent that. It's a car center repair shop.
No, we haven't. When did it go? When did it go to the
I sent it, I went there on Tuesday morning.
So we see the car.
Yes, but I crashed it.
Right, but we see the car in video with the white spot where the paint came off the bumper in New Canaan before Jennifer's dead. Do you understand?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure.
The Suburban, the one that has the roof on the top.
When did the Suburban go in the shop? This last Tuesday?
Yes.
That's after Friday.
Yes, I made the arrangements.
Right, okay.
And it's in my emails.
I'll ask you a question.
I took the picture, sorry.
Oh, yeah. I'll ask you a question if this is true, and I don't know it to be true. When you dropped the car off at the dealership, it was explained to us that you asked for the car to be detailed inside and out at the request of your boyfriend. And then you asked him to do a very good job because he's crazy. Is that what you said?
No.
Okay, clarify that, please.
No, he knows the guy, the owner of the, maybe he knows for this.
This is what they were telling us.
Okay, no. I said, now, he said, he showed, and the first thing he said, but this cannot be the quote they sent me. No way I cannot fix this car for.
That's not.
No, I'm just telling the conversation because I want to go. So we went to the inside the office, and in the office there was a guy in the computer, and they said, "Oh, these people are a mess." They sent me the registration that had a number 297, and I'm like, "No, I have the code that I sent you. It's like 600 and something." Okay, he said, "No, that's fine. We're gonna take care of it. Don't worry." I said, and then I sat in waiting room to wait for the Enterprise to bring my car. I asked for a Suburban. He said, ask for a Suburban because I need a Suburban for the kids. Okay. He comes back and said, I checked your oil and it's in zero. Okay, do you want me to put it? I'm like, yeah, now that we're here, do everything and even clean it. And I know how Fotis is. He's very picky with his car.
So those were his ones?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I ask, because people indulge in,
I never said that it's crazy, he is very picky, and he knows Fotis, because actually I don't know the guy.
That's fine, that's how it came back to us, and
So,
people do
He
embellish.
took the car,
That's fine.
the people at Enterprise wasn't coming.
The fool,
The what?
the fool.
Yes,
On the morning of Friday, the 24th, was the fool on top of the car,
And that never comes out.
and never comes off.
I have right now a Suburban that I rented. That's the one that the Enterprise gave me, he doesn't have that.
Yes, I
So
know.
I don't know if that's.
Entirely separate question, Sean. What kind of locks are on the doors of generous? What kind of, what brand locks? Okay.
I know that this is the
How about the keys?
We start using keys.
The keys at Mountain Spring, there's 3 different properties, right? At Mountain Spring?
Only one gate.
Right, okay, all right. Does Fotis have keys, like a big key ring? You don't know?
Usually when I go inside that house, it's with the code, and it opens that garage.
So you have no idea where you might be able to help us out with, where she is, where we can find her?
No. I mean, I can go with you guys, I'll do whatever. But no. I mean, if she's caught in pieces, she's all over.
Did he ever say anything did Fotis ever say to you about what happened?
No, he was concerned. He said, I want my kids, I want my kids, I want my kids. He was worried about the
See if
kids.
she recognizes this. Yeah. Is that what familiar those?
I saw a bunch of kids.
Yeah, they're Baldwin brand keys that say Baldwin on them, which is a specific manufacturer.
Just pausing the video at 17:28:02. Detective Kimball, what are you showing the defendant at this point?
That is a photograph taken of a key ring that was seized out of the Albany Avenue trash.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, it's the same lock type as on 69 Wells. Jennifer's
Of what?
69 Wells, Jennifer's house.
Okay.
Okay. Does this type of key look familiar to you at all?
I mean, the one that we have for the house, it has like a square and it has 2 keys. And it's from the house.
And you need 4 Jeffers.
4 genders. And it must be, or like the Fotis house.
Sorry. I'm good at this point. Alright. So, is there anything that you want to ask us?
No, ask, I don't know. There's, Pavel drives a pickup too.
What kind of pickup?
Toyota.
Registered to him?
That's his car.
Can you tell what color it is?
Bordeaux, like reddish.
Bordeaux. Is it Bordeaux like wine?
Yeah.
Actually, I do remember. What you said, this is Pavel's car?
Pavel's car. He usually lives in the house when he changes his cars. If he doesn't take the car overnight. So that's another car that usually is around the house.
Where does Pavel live?
Just going to pause it at 17:29:46. I want to talk to you about that last exchange. Had you asked the defendant up until this point about Pavel and a vehicle that he owned?
No.
Who is Pavel?
Pavel Guillaume, I believe the pronunciation of his last name, was the four-group project manager who was working with Fotis Dulos at the time. And he's essentially was an employee of the four-group.
And during the course of this interview on June 2nd, 2019, did the defendant ever tell you that Pavel's Gumieni's Toyota was located at 80 Mountain Spring Road on May 24th, 2019?
No.
At some point, you indicated that you interviewed her on separate occasions. Did she indicate to you that his vehicle was at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
Yes, she did.
And you know what kind of Toyota it is? Is it old or new?
It looks old, it looks dry, and it's very dirty inside.
Old,
Like when I,
Can't think it has a Connecticut license plate. You know?
yes, it
Right.
lives in Connecticut.
Okay. Thank you.
You know who's listening?
We do.
Gomer is,
Yes.
Fotis has a friend named Mark that's very wealthy.
yes, Mark Marcel.
Did you recently loan money to Fotis?
So just to clarify, Pavel's, that's his first name.
Pavel.
Pavel. It's his
Bueno,
first
I pronounce it like that, but I don't know.
name. Okay, that's fine.
You don't know if Mark did loan him any money at all?
But you can call him.
Do you know any reason why he wouldn't loan money?
No. I know in the past, the father has loaned him money to build.
How much?
No.
Is it-
Don't get into those. You're asking me to
Is it lots and lots of money, or you just don't?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I think he paid him back. But this is like many years ago.
It wouldn't surprise you if he told you that he had been received a large quantity of money or paid a large quantity of money very recently.
For whom?
Would go to Mark or from Mark to Fotis?
Well, the question is, do you know anything about it?
Okay.
That's all I have.
You're gonna, what are your plans? Do you have plans for bond?
Well, here's my concern, okay? If family can raise money for a premium on these charges, and then you guys charge her with something else, there could be an additional bond in there. So that's the money thrown out the window, would be, yes. So, look, it's not gonna surprise you to hear that I don't think she should be charged as an accessory. You know, inheriting or better. I mean, you know, I've spent a lot of time with her recently, and there's a lot that she can't be precise about. There's no question. Relies on her phone, not to set, in my view, not to set something up, but relies on her phone to say to me, look, this is when it happened. Okay, and I know that because I spoke with my friend or my daughter or whatever. So look, I mean, I've done a lot of these, a lot of cases. I don't see her lying. I don't see her lying. No, she could be wrong. She could be inaccurate. I understand it. No question. Right. But I just don't see her lying. And I'm not saying, I would say the same thing to Richard. I mean, I just. He's the prosecutor.
He's the state's attorney in Canada. And just to be clear, nobody is in charge yet, so but
I also want to tell you that when you said to her life with Fotis is over, I completely agree. Completely agree.
And I feel you would be objective based on my observations and my personal professional experience for many years.
that's one of the reasons I asked about.
When you left the other day, I walked you out with genuine concern for your safety.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? So I want you to understand that I'm not the only one who feels that way.
We had a discussion of what we hoped wasn't going to happen to you that night, luckily it didn't. But the problem is, you were there, serious concerns about
he decides he wants to go somewhere out of the country, and he feels that you have knowledge, then he has kind of his loose ends. We don't want something like that to happen.
No.
And I know you don't either, I know we discussed it before, so it's not a threat, it's just a concern that a lot of us have. We thank you for talking, please, keep checking. If you come upon some new information or there's something we can reach out to your attorney, or pass it to your attorney, or whatever, but I don't want to close the door.
No, look, I want you to do something. This is the same person. What you're seeing is the same person that I've seen over the last however long that I've been speaking.
Okay, yes,
I mean,
you have more experience with her than we do.
Well, I want you to know that. I don't think that given what she cares about, I mean, it's a big blow to know that the person I've trusted, is capable of doing this type of thing. Not only that, but involving her. Right. This is but involving her.
Potentially involving her happens all that. Right. And that's why I said that. Right. Because if you're really victimized and getting control for something you really have no involvement in, those other two, your mother and your daughter was. That's why I was saying she's still in shock. Something may, as she comes off or whatever, things settle down, something may come to her. We're interested in that.
I mean, it's a big deal for her to accept the fact that, number one, he could have done this. Number two, or the realization today that he involved her. But he didn't. Why did he have to do that? I mean, is he that? Is he that
I'm assuming that's a rhetorical question, because if you'd like me to answer, I have an answer.
I'm sure you do.
But that should show her the type of person she's dealing with.
Right.
And we repeatedly have told exactly that from every single person we observe, numerous people who are afraid. Not one person has not said what you're saying. Can we ask Michelle, the day that she was in the car when the garbage was off, the clothing you were wearing, do you know where that is? Yeah, you remember you said you were wearing the dark colored top and the camel pants in the closet. Is that normally where they are in one of the closets? Okay.
Washing.
Okay. So as far as you know, they're in the house. All right. Thank you so much for them. I know it was difficult when you've had very long, just like us. Weeknights, so on and so forth.
I don't want to see my daughter. What's the procedure now?
Tomorrow we'll be in court. I'll be speaking with, I'll be, once the judge signs the order, only another judge can reduce it. So, I'll be with you tomorrow morning, and I'll talk to the state's attorney between now and then, and we'll see what we can do about it.
How does it work?
How does it work? The way it works is that when somebody gets arrested, a judge will either set bond or the police will set bond, okay? And if a bond is not that high, or if there's no requirement that the bond can only be posted at the courthouse, then people get a bondsman when they post a bond. But this is what you're saying. This is a murder investigation. And the investigation is active, it's continuing.
How long does it take?
Well, they don't know.
Where's Jennifer? Depends on culture. If we find Jennifer, we have no way to we never find Jennifer.
It can be 10 years.
Well, there are also, there's other avenues, just kind of, like this isn't gonna, we can't answer that question unless we know where Jennifer is. In the immediate future, we can't answer that question unless we know where Jennifer is. We've done, we've been looking.
Have you done all the notes?
Michelle, why do you think we distrust you so hard?
Why do you think we just talked to you at length? And your attorney's been here 3 times today. We all want to find out. I think there's only one person who doesn't want us to find out. And he will not talk. He won't talk. Fotis? No. Absolutely not. Did he tell you not to cooperate? No, he never told you that? Okay, well, he's demonstrated that. So, yeah, all right, so anyway, we're trying, all right. No idea where to shoot. Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna meet with her now. I'm gonna meet with her now. Yes. I will give her your.
Can I go for a little
Please, please.
I know, we all already are.
Detective Kimball, directing your attention now to June 6, 2019, did you have an opportunity to speak with the defendant again?
Yes, we did.
And was that interview also recorded?
Yes, it was.
And during the course of that conversation, did you have an opportunity to speak about the whereabouts of Fotis Dulos on the morning of May 24th?
Yes, we did.
Judge, this is a natural time to...
Well, would counsel approach, please?
Yes.
So it sounds like we should be approaching the end of the day. Okay, I've been on another tab. Nancy Grace has no problem putting out allegations that could be false. She's she is an opinionated lady, all right. Yeah, you have to be very careful in the language that you use. Okay, they're coming back. Are we at the end of the day? Looks like something in the courtroom.
Or at 10 o'clock.
All rise. Sir, stand up. This honorable Superior Court now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Thank you.
You can exit the courtroom.
Wait, I got distracted by my phone. Did they just say that was it for the day?
All rise.
Listen again. It looks like there might be something happening over in Treehouse trial. They're showing the courtroom. Oh, the jury has a question over in the Treehouse trial. Okay, no verdict. So I assume this is it for the day. But just want to confirm.
Or at 10 o'clock.
Okay, I couldn't hear what he said, so no wonder I. Now let's. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's done for the day then. So, okay, well, I guess that wraps it up for the day, and we'll do this again tomorrow. And it's been interesting getting to see the interrogation. So, have a good night, everybody. Bye bye.